This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I don't talk about this much. It happened when I was 10 years old, but even now, 15 years later, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. My therapist says writing it down might help, so here goes. It was summer of 2008, just a normal Saturday at Pinecrest Mall. Nothing special about the day. My dad had some returns to make. My mom wanted to look at shoes, and they promised us kids we could get pretzels from Auntie Anne's if we behaved. Back then, Pinecrest was the biggest mall in our area. 2 floors with these long corridors that seemed to go on forever when you were a kid. My little brother Jake was 7, and my sister Emma was only 5. I remember they were being super annoying that day, fighting over who got to hold Mom's hand, whining about being bored. I was at that age where I thought I was so grown up compared to them. I remember feeling proud when my dad told me I could go to the bathroom by myself while they waited in the food court. "You know where it is, right, Ethan?" Dad asked, balancing Emma on his knee while she slurped her smoothie. "Yeah, just down past the GameStop," I said confidently. I'd been there a million times before. Looking back, I think I got distracted by the window display at the toy store. There was this new Lego Star Wars set I'd been saving my allowance for. Whatever the reason, I ended up taking a wrong turn somewhere. Instead of the main corridor with all the stores, I found myself in this narrow hallway I'd never seen before. It had those emergency lights with the dim yellowish glow, and the ceiling was lower than in the main part of the mall. There were no stores, just beige walls with occasional doors marked staff only or maintenance. I figured it must be some kind of service corridor. I wasn't worried at first. I just thought I needed to find my way back to the main area. But the hallway kept going, turning corners, and I started to feel this tightness in my chest. You know that feeling when you suddenly realize you're completely lost? My palms got sweaty and my stomach felt weird. At one point, I came to this junction, left, right, or straight ahead. I chose to go straight, thinking it would eventually lead back to the main mall. The hallway got even narrower, and the fluorescent lights above were flickering, making this soft buzzing sound. Some were burnt out entirely, creating these patches of shadow. I remember thinking it was weird that a mall would have areas like this where customers could wander. Now I realize I must have gone through some employees-only door without noticing. By this point, I really needed to pee. Like, really needed to go. But there were no bathrooms, just locked doors. I tried a few handles, hoping to find either a bathroom or someone who could help me. Nothing opened. I reached the end of the corridor, which terminated in a T-junction. Both ways looked identical, just more empty hallway. My heart was beating faster now. I was fully lost, desperate for the bathroom, and starting to get scared. I chose left randomly and walked for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. At first I felt relief. Another person meant I could ask for directions. I turned around, expecting to see a mall employee or maybe another shopper who'd also gotten lost. Instead, I saw him. Even now, I struggle to describe what it was about this man that instantly terrified me. He was tall and thin, wearing jeans and a dark hoodie despite it being summer. His face, there was something wrong with his expression. He wasn't smiling, but his mouth was slightly open, showing teeth. His eyes were locked on me with this intense focus that made my blood run cold. He stood about 100 feet away, just staring, not saying anything, not moving at first, just staring at me like I was something he'd been looking for. "Do you know how to get back to the food court?" I called out, my voice coming out higher and shakier than I intended. He didn't answer. Instead, he took a step forward, then another. Slow, deliberate steps. Something primal in my brain screamed, "Danger." Every instinct told me to run, but where? I was at the end of the hallway with nowhere to go except toward him. I backed up until I hit the wall. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I looked frantically in both directions. That's when I spotted it. A red exit sign about 20 feet to my right. An emergency door. The man was still walking toward me unhurried, like he knew I had nowhere to go. He was maybe 50 feet away now, and I could see his face better. His expression hadn't changed at all. That same empty, intense stare. His hands were at his sides, slightly forward, like he was ready to grab something, ready to grab me. I made a split-second decision and bolted for the emergency door. I half expected an alarm to go off when I pushed the bar, but there was only silence as I burst outside into the afternoon air. I found myself in some kind of service area behind the mall, a place customers clearly weren't meant to be. There was cracked asphalt with weeds growing through, dumpsters lined up against the wall, and beyond that, a grassy area with scattered trees that separated the mall from the highway. The relief of escape lasted about 2 seconds before I heard the emergency door open again behind me. He was following me. Pure adrenaline shot through my body. I didn't look back, I just ran. I sprinted across the asphalt toward the trees, my sneakers slapping against the ground. I could hear footsteps behind me, not running yet, but walking quickly, like he was still confident he'd catch me. The area behind the mall was bigger than I expected. I reached the grassy part and kept running, weaving between trees. My lungs were burning and I desperately needed the bathroom, but terror kept me moving. I had no idea where I was going, just away from him. I remember thinking about my parents sitting in the food court, probably starting to wonder where I was. Would they look for me? Would they find me out here? After what felt like forever, but was probably only a couple minutes of running, I spotted another part of the mall ahead. What looked like the main entrance on the opposite side from where we'd come in. There were people walking in and out, cars in the parking lot. Safety. I risked a glance back and saw him at the edge of the trees, still coming. He'd started jogging now, his eyes never leaving me. I couldn't understand why no one else seemed to notice this man chasing a child. With the last burst of energy I had, I sprinted toward the mall entrance. There was a family walking in, a mom with 2 teenagers. I practically crashed through the doors right behind them, gasping for breath. Inside was bright and noisy and normal, piped-in music, shoppers with bags, the smell of pretzels and perfume. I looked back through the glass doors and saw the man had stopped at the edge of the parking lot. He stood there, staring at me for a long moment. Then he slowly backed away until he disappeared between cars. My legs were shaking so badly, I had to sit down on a bench. An elderly security guard noticed me and asked if I was okay. I was crying by then, trying to explain between sobs about the man who chased me. The guard looked concerned and called something into his radio, but I was in such a state that I couldn't focus on what he was saying. All I knew was that I needed to find my parents. I spotted a mall directory and somehow, with shaking hands, found the food court on the map. It was on the complete opposite side of the mall. The security guard offered to walk me there, but another call came through on his radio about some situation at one of the stores, and he got distracted. He told me to wait, but I was too scared to stay put. What if the man came in through another entrance and found me? So while the guard was talking into his radio, I slipped away. I remember walking as fast as I could through the mall, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every tall man I saw. When I finally reached the food court and saw my family still sitting at the same table, the relief hit me so hard I started sobbing again. Mom jumped up when she saw me. "Ethan, where have you been? We were about to look for you." Then she saw my face. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Between gasps, I told them everything. The wrong turn, the weird hallway, the man, the chase. Dad immediately went to find mall security while Mom held me tight, my siblings staring wide-eyed. The next hour was a blur of talking to different security guards, then police officers who'd been called. They took a description of the man, reviewed security footage, and sent officers to search the area behind the mall. They found the service corridor I'd described and the emergency exit, but there was no sign of the man. The police suggested it might have been an attempted abduction. They told my parents how lucky I was to have gotten away, how most children freeze or go with strangers who approach them. My mom couldn't stop crying. My dad kept his arm around me the whole time, his face pale and tense. The security footage showed me entering what turned out to be an employees' only corridor, through a door that should have been locked but wasn't. It showed me coming out the main entrance about 15 minutes later, clearly terrified. But the weird thing was, the cameras never caught the man. Not in the hallway, not outside, nowhere. The police said there were blind spots in the coverage, especially in the service areas. We never went back to Pinecrest Mall after that. My parents reported it to the local news, hoping to warn others. But without evidence beyond a scared kid's testimony, it didn't get much attention. For months afterward, I had nightmares about that man. His staring eyes, his open mouth, the way he walked so deliberately toward me. I couldn't go anywhere alone, even the bathroom at school. I'd wake up screaming, convinced he was in my room, watching me with those intense eyes. The police never found him. Eventually, the nightmares happened less often. I grew up, went to college, started living a normal life. But to this day, I can't use public restrooms alone. I can't walk down empty hallways without checking behind me. And I still sometimes dream about him, still walking toward me, never running, just walking with absolute certainty that eventually he'll catch me. Sometimes I wonder if he was even real. Maybe he was just a normal guy, and my 10-year-old imagination turned him into something sinister. Maybe I overreacted to someone who was also just lost in that service corridor. But then I remember the look in his eyes, the way he followed me outside, the deliberate way he moved, and I know with absolute certainty that I escaped something terrible that day. Something I still can't fully explain. Story 2. I still feel sick writing this. Never thought I'd share this with anyone but my therapist, but I need to get this off my chest because I haven't been able to sleep right for months. This happened back in October when I was still working at Rusty's, this dive bar downtown. I'm 27 and I've been bartending since college. The late shifts were perfect for me. Decent tips, and I could sleep in the next day. My apartment's only about 10 minutes away on foot, so I never bothered with calling an Uber or anything. I mean, why waste the money, right? That night was a Thursday. We'd been pretty busy with some corporate event that ran late. I was exhausted, my feet were killing me, and all I wanted was to get home, take a hot shower, and crash. By the time I finished cashing out and cleaning up, it was already past 3 in the morning. The night air hit me like a slap when I walked out the back door. October. Nights get surprisingly cold here, and I hadn't brought a heavy enough jacket. I remember standing there for a second, just staring up at the sky. No stars. Just this weird orange glow from the streetlights reflecting off low clouds. Something felt off. I can't explain it any better than that. Like when the air pressure changes before a storm. I had two ways to get home, either down the main strip where all the bars are, which is well lit but full of drunk people at that hour, or cutting through some side streets that are quieter but darker. Usually, I take the main route, but that night I just couldn't deal with dodging groups of wasted guys or getting hit on by some random dude. So I went with the quieter route. The first few blocks were fine, dead silent, just the sound of my boots on the pavement and my own breathing. I remember checking my phone, 3:17 a.m. I texted my roommate that I was on my way home just in case. She was probably asleep, but it was a habit after a late shift. About halfway home, I was passing this alley between two brick buildings when I heard laughter. Not the good kind. I slowed down and saw this group of guys, maybe 3 or 4 of them, standing in a loose circle, passing a bottle around, all wearing dark hoodies or jackets. They hadn't noticed me yet, and for a second, I considered turning around. But that would mean adding another 15 minutes to my walk, and my feet were already screaming. So I did what most women do, squared my shoulders, gripped my keys between my fingers, and tried to look confident as I walked past them. It didn't work. One of them spotted me. "Hey, beautiful, where you going so late?" His voice was slurred, but I could hear the edge in it. I kept walking, eyes forward, clutching my phone. "I'm talking to you," he called out louder. I heard footsteps, and suddenly they were blocking my path. The tallest one, wearing a black hoodie with some sports logo, stepped right in front of me. I could smell the alcohol on him. "Don't be rude," he said, smiling in a way that made my stomach turn. "We just want to talk." "I need to get home," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "My boyfriend's waiting for me." A lie, but a necessary one. One of the others laughed. "Then why's he letting you walk home alone? What kind of boyfriend is that?" I tried to step around them, but they shifted, keeping me boxed in, not touching me, but close enough that I could feel their breath. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear anything else. "Just let me pass," I said, louder this time. I pulled out my phone. "I'm calling the cops." That seemed to work. They backed off just enough for me to push through. One of them grabbed at my jacket, but I yanked away. I didn't run. I didn't want to trigger some kind of chase instinct, but I walked as fast as I could, feeling their eyes on my back. I was shaking so hard, I nearly dropped my phone. I was about to actually call a friend when I heard a car slow down beside me. A yellow taxi. The window rolled down. The driver was this older guy, maybe late 50s, with gray hair and glasses. He had this concerned look on his face. "You all right, miss? I saw those guys bothering you." I hesitated. Every warning I'd ever heard about not getting into cars with strangers flashed through my mind, but I was still trembling from the encounter, and the guys were still within eyesight watching me. "I'm fine," I said, "just heading home." He smiled. He had these deep wrinkles around his eyes that made him look grandfatherly, I guess. "Let me give you a ride. It's not safe for a young woman to be walking alone at this hour, especially after what just happened." I still hesitated. "No charge," he added. "I'm heading home myself. Just want to make sure you get there safely." Something about his tone seemed genuine. Plus, it was an actual taxi, not just some random car. I could see the license displayed on the dashboard, and those guys were still lingering down the street. "Okay," I said finally. "Thank you." I got in the back seat and gave him my address. As soon as the door closed, I felt this wave of relief. The car was warm and I was off the street. I texted my roommate again. Taking a taxi home. Should be there in 5 minutes. She didn't respond, definitely asleep, but I wanted the timestamp there, just in case. For the first couple minutes, everything seemed normal. We made small talk. He asked if I worked at one of the bars, and I told him about Rusty's. He said his daughter used to bartend too. The roads were empty, just occasional street lights washing over us. Then he missed my turn. That was my street, I said, pointing behind us. Oh, sorry about that, he said, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. I'll turn around at the next block. But he didn't. He kept going straight, then made a right turn away from my neighborhood. My chest tightened. Where are you going? My apartment is back that way. Just need to find a good place to turn around, he said. His voice was still calm, but something in it had changed. These streets are narrow. They weren't, not really. We were heading into the old industrial area. Abandoned warehouses, vacant lots with chain-link fences, fewer streetlights, fewer houses, no people. My hand went to the door handle, but we were moving too fast for me to jump out safely. I thought about calling 911, but what if he saw me? What if he grabbed my phone? What if he had a weapon? Please turn around now, I said, no longer hiding the fear in my voice. I want to go home. He didn't respond, just kept driving. His eyes met mine in the rearview mirror, and they weren't grandfatherly anymore. They were cold, calculating. We drove for another 5 minutes in silence. Every turn took us deeper into the industrial zone, further from help. My mouth was so dry I could barely swallow. I was trying to memorize the street names, to remember landmarks, but my panic made everything blur together. Finally, he turned down what looked like a service road. No street lights at all, just darkness and the headlights illuminating concrete walls covered in graffiti. At the end was a chain-link fence, a dead end. He stopped the car, but left the engine running. That moment, sitting there in the back of that taxi, realizing how completely alone I was the most terrified I've ever been in my life. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, could only stare at the back of his head as he sat there, hands still on the wheel. Then he turned around to look at me. I don't know what he saw in my face. Terror, probably. I was crying without realizing it, but something changed in his expression. The coldness flickered, like a light bulb with a loose connection. He stared at me for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then, without a word, he turned back around and put the car in reverse. We drove back in complete silence. I was pressed against the door, ready to throw myself out if he tried anything. But he didn't. He just drove, following the main roads this time, until we were back in my neighborhood. When we were about a block from my actual apartment, I asked him to stop. "This is fine," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'll walk from here." He pulled over without arguing. I fumbled with the door handle, half expecting him to lock it to prevent me from leaving. But he didn't. As I stepped out, he finally spoke again. "Be more careful," he said. Not threatening, not apologetic, just flat. I slammed the door and practically ran the rest of the way home. I didn't look back to see if he was following me. I just ran until I reached my building, fumbled with my keys, got inside and locked the door behind me. Then I collapsed on the floor of my entryway and had the worst panic attack of my life. My roommate found me there an hour later when she got up to use the bathroom. I was still shaking. I filed a police report the next day, but without a license. Plate number, I'd been too frightened to think of looking. They couldn't do much. They said they'd check traffic cameras in the area, but I never heard anything back. Maybe he wasn't even a real taxi driver. Maybe the car was stolen. I don't know. What haunts me most isn't what happened. It's what could have happened. What was supposed to happen. And why he changed his mind. Did he suddenly grow a conscience? Did I remind him of someone? Or did he just decide I wasn't worth the trouble? I've moved apartments since then. I don't work late shifts anymore. I don't walk anywhere alone after dark, even for 5 minutes. I pay for Ubers even when they're ridiculously expensive. I check the license plates and make the drivers say my name before I get in. But I still see his eyes in the rearview mirror sometimes when I close my own. Still wonder why I'm here to tell this story when I shouldn't be. Story 3. I don't usually post about this. I've been trying to process what happened for years now, and honestly, I still wake up sometimes drenched in sweat, my heart racing. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can help me make sense of it all. Back in December 2015, I was part of a tour group to North Korea with Young Pioneer Tours. It sounds crazy now, but back then it seemed like this edgy adventure, something different to tell people about. I'd been traveling around East Asia for a few months after finishing my semester abroad in Hong Kong, and North Korea was supposed to be the grand finale before heading back to finish my senior year at UVA. From the moment we landed in Pyongyang, everything felt off. The airport was weirdly empty and spotless. Our guides met us immediately. They never left our side after that. We weren't allowed to go anywhere alone, not even to the bathroom sometimes. They took our passports for safekeeping, they said. We stayed at the Yanggakdo International Hotel, this massive 47-story tower sitting on its own island in the middle of the Taedong River. They call it the Alcatraz of Pyongyang for a reason. You're literally trapped there. Can't leave without your guide. The lobby had this bizarre mix of luxury and decay, marble floors with cracks, ornate furniture that looked like it hadn't been replaced since the 80s. Our first night there, Dan, one of the guys in our tour group, whispered to me about the 5th floor. It's the one floor that's missing from the elevator buttons, he said. People call it the secret floor. Some say it's where they monitor all the foreigners. I laughed it off then, but something about the way the staff watched us made me wonder if he was right. The schedule was packed with propaganda sites, massive statues of the Kims, museums celebrating their achievements, a subway ride with suspiciously well-dressed regular citizens, who I'm pretty sure were actors. We were never allowed to talk to actual North Koreans. If anyone approached, our guides would quickly usher us away. By New Year's Eve, the constant monitoring was getting to me. We all felt it. So when our guides finally left us alone in the hotel that night to celebrate, we went a bit wild. I'm not usually a heavy drinker, but that night was different. The hotel had this revolving restaurant on the top floor where they were hosting a party for foreigners. We drank whatever they had, mostly Chinese beer and some weird liquor that tasted like cleaning fluid. Around midnight, buzzed and feeling invincible, I mentioned the 5th floor to Scott and Mike, 2 Australian guys I'd gotten friendly with. Scott dared me to check it out. "No one's watching right now," he said. "When will you ever get another chance?" I should have said no. God, I wish I had. When I stepped into the stairwell, the hotel suddenly felt different, colder, more threatening. The stairs to the 5th floor had no signs, but the door was unlocked. I pushed it open slowly, heart pounding in my chest. The 5th floor was nothing like the rest of the hotel. The carpet was faded red, the hallway dimly lit with flickering fluorescent lights. The walls were covered with propaganda posters, images of missiles hitting America, Korean soldiers stomping on American flags, close-ups of the Kim dynasty looking godlike. I took out my phone to take pictures. We weren't supposed to, but I thought, what's the harm if no one sees? That's when I noticed something strange. My phone showed no service. Normal for tourists in NK since they don't give us SIM cards. But the battery was draining rapidly, dropping from 70% to under 30 in minutes. As I moved down the hallway, I saw rooms with doors slightly ajar. One had what looked like old-school recording equipment. Another had stacks of files. In a third room, I glimpsed multiple TV screens showing, holy shit, different hotel rooms. Our rooms. I could see Scott and Mike back in the revolving restaurant, looking around nervously. That's when I heard footsteps. I ducked into an alcove, heart hammering so loud I was sure they could hear it. Two men in dark uniforms walked by, speaking rapidly in Korean. I caught the word Miguk, which I knew meant American. Were they talking about me, about our tour group? I waited until they passed, then continued down the hall, knowing I should turn back, but too curious and too drunk to stop. At the end of the corridor was a larger poster showing the three Kims standing triumphantly over what looked like a defeated America. It was bold, colorful, perfect for my "you'll never believe where I went" slideshow back home. In what I now recognize as the worst decision of my life, I tried to carefully remove it from the wall. It was attached more securely than I expected, and in my drunken state, I ended up tearing it slightly. I folded it quickly and stuffed it inside my jacket. As I turned to leave, I came face to face with a small, severe-looking woman in a hotel uniform. She didn't speak, just stared at me with such intensity that I sobered up instantly. Then she smiled, not a warm smile, but something calculated and cold. "You are lost, yes?" she said in heavily accented English. "Yes," I lied, "looking for the bathroom." "Bathroom on your floor. Come, I show you back." She led me to the stairwell, never touching me, but somehow making it clear I had no choice but to follow. Before opening the door, she turned to me. "We hope you enjoy stay in our glorious democratic People's Republic, but some places not for tourists, for your safety." The way she said safety made my skin crawl. I barely slept that night. I kept imagining figures in the dark corners of my room, voices in the walls. I hid the poster in the lining of my suitcase, convinced myself that nothing would happen. They would have stopped me right then if they'd seen me take it, right? The next day was our last in Pyongyang. Our guides seemed normal, but I noticed they kept me separated from the others during site visits. One guide, Mr. Park, who had been friendly the whole trip, wouldn't meet my eyes. That night I told Mike what happened. He turned pale. "Get rid of it," he whispered urgently. "Now, flush it, burn it, whatever. They have cameras everywhere." I went back to my room and took out the poster, ready to destroy it, when I noticed something odd. On the back were numbers, diagrams, what looked like coordinates. This wasn't just propaganda. It was something else, something important. I should have listened to Mike. Instead, I took photos of both sides of the poster, then tore it into tiny pieces and flushed them down the toilet in shifts, afraid of clogging the plumbing and drawing attention. The next morning at the airport, I felt relieved. Just a few more hours, and I'd be out of this paranoid nightmare. We passed through security, showed our exit visas. Everything seemed normal. I was seated next to Dan, a British guy I'd gotten close with during the trip. We were joking about finally getting a decent cup of coffee in Beijing. Then I heard my name called over the speaker. At first, I thought maybe I'd left something at security. but when I turned, there were 4 uniformed men waiting. Mr. Park was with them, looking at the floor. "Is problem with your visa?" one officer said. "Please come." Dan looked at me, confused. "Want me to come with you?" he asked. Before I could answer, Mr. Park said something sharp in Korean, and Dan was ushered away by another guide. I'll never forget his face as he looked back at me, confused, then frightened as he realized what was happening. They took me to a small room with concrete walls, no windows, just a metal table, 2 chairs, and a camera in the corner. They searched my bags thoroughly, went through my phone, my laptop. They found nothing. The poster was gone, the photos hidden in an encrypted app. One officer, who never gave his name, spoke better English than the others. He sat across from me, smiling pleasantly like we were having coffee. "You visit 5th floor," he said. Not a question. "I got lost," I replied, my mouth dry. He laughed, a hollow sound. American students, always so curious, always thinking rules not for them. He pushed a piece of paper toward me, a confession, typed in English and Korean. It said I had attempted to steal government property as part of a CIA plot to undermine the DPRK. "I'm not signing that," I said. "It's not true." His smile never faltered. "You took photos. Back of poster has military information. Very serious crime." My blood ran cold. How did they know about the photos? I deleted them from my camera roll. "We have many ways to see what tourists do," he said, as if reading my thoughts. "Many eyes, many ears." What followed was 6 hours of the same questions, over and over. Where was the poster? Who told me to take it? Was I working for the American government? They brought no water, no food, just endless questions in a room that grew hotter by the hour. Eventually, they took my passport, my phone, everything except my clothes. They led me to a van with blacked-out windows. "Your tour group has departed," the English-speaking officer informed me. "You will stay as guest of DPRK until investigation complete." They took me to what they called a hotel for government guests, a bland concrete building with barred windows. My room had a bed, a desk, and a bathroom with no door. A camera watched from every corner. The next weeks were a blur of interrogations. Some days they were almost friendly, bringing better food, speaking softly. Other days they screamed, threatened my family, kept me awake with bright lights and loud music. They showed me pictures of my family's house in Virginia, my girlfriend at college, letting me know they could reach anyone I cared about. After about 2 weeks, Mr. Park visited. He seemed thinner, nervous. "You must confess," he said quietly. "Say what they want, only way." "But I didn't do anything for the CIA," I insisted. He leaned closer. "Not about truth, about saving face. Powerful people know you saw things on 5th floor, things foreign eyes not meant to see." The next day, they brought me new clothes, a dark suit that hung loosely on my frame. They took me to a room with cameras, lights, a backdrop of the North Korean flag. "You will read statement," the English-speaking officer instructed, handing me papers. "You will show proper remorse." I read the statement they prepared. Words about being an agent of imperialism, about trying to steal state secrets disguised as a poster, about my deep regret and admiration for the DPRK's merciful justice. I cried during the filming, not part of the act, just pure exhaustion and fear. After the confession, I thought they might release me. Instead, they moved me to another facility, one with other prisoners, all North Koreans. They were shocked to see an American. One old man whispered to me, "You must have seen something very important to be here." Days turned to weeks. They put me to work in what they called re-education, breaking rocks, digging ditches, carrying impossibly heavy loads of coal and stone. My hands bled, then calloused over. I lost track of time. One night, they took me from my cell to a room with a single chair. They strapped me down and brought in a metal bucket filled with water. "Last chance," the officer said. "What were the real instructions from your government?" "I didn't have any instructions," I pleaded. "I was just a stupid tourist." They put a cloth over my face and poured the water. I couldn't breathe. My lungs burned. I thrashed against the restraints. They would stop just before I passed out, wait for me to catch a partial breath, then start again. After what felt like hours, when I was barely conscious, I heard urgent voices in Korean. The session stopped abruptly. They removed the restraints and dragged me back to my cell. The next day, a new man visited, older, in a Western suit. He spoke perfect English. "There has been diplomatic contact," he said. "Your government wishes to discuss your case." I felt hope for the first time in months. "The poster," he said suddenly. "You took photos of both sides, yes?" I hesitated, then nodded. He sighed. "The damage is already done then." I never saw him again. 3 days later, they gave me something in my water. It tasted bitter. I woke up in what looked like a hospital room, disoriented, unable to move properly. A doctor in a white coat was saying something about botulism, about a reaction to a sleeping pill. Everything after that is darkness. Fragments of sensation, being moved, voices speaking English, the hum of an airplane. I'm told I was returned to the US in a coma, that I never regained consciousness there. But that's not entirely true. I was aware sometimes, trapped in my body, unable to speak or move, but hearing everything. The doctors saying there was no sign of botulism, my parents weeping by my bed. Someone, a government official I think, saying, "We can't confirm what he might have seen." I died 6 days after coming home. That's what the world knows. But something is wrong. How am I writing this now? How do I remember everything if I died? Sometimes I think I'm still there, still on that 5th floor, seeing something I shouldn't have seen, learning secrets they couldn't let me keep. I don't know what was on that poster. I don't know why it was worth destroying a life over. But sometimes, late at night, I remember fragments, numbers, locations, dates. December 25th, 2025, coordinates for Washington, New York, Los Angeles. And I wonder if I should try to warn someone. If you're reading this, be careful where your curiosity takes you. Some secrets are buried for a reason. Story 4. I've been trying to write this down for almost 8 years now. Every time I start, I delete everything and walk away. It's like my brain refuses to process what happened that week in June 2015. But I need to get this out. Maybe somebody here has answers. Maybe somebody went through something similar. I was 24 when it happened, working my 3rd season as a guide on the Colorado River. Best job in the world, spending my days taking people through the Grand Canyon, showing them places most people only see in pictures. The canyon gets in your blood. Something about those towering walls, the way the light changes every hour of the day, how small it makes you feel. You start to understand why the Native Americans consider it sacred. River was one of us, a fellow guide. Tall guy, maybe 6'2", with this sun-bleached blonde hair that was always sticking out from under his maroon cap. The kind of person who made everything look easy. His real name was Kevin Calloway, but nobody called him that. When he started guiding 2 years before me, someone nicknamed him River, and it stuck. It fit him perfectly. He moved through rapids like he and the water had some kind of understanding. We were 6 days into an 8-day expedition. 16 guests, 4 guides. Standard commercial trip, mostly first-timers with a few repeat canyon goers, the kind of group that's still in awe of everything around them, still taking pictures of every bend in the river. River was working as trip leader that week, which meant he handled most of the logistics, made the big decisions. That morning had been perfect. Clear skies, temperatures in the mid-90s, which is actually decent for June in the canyon. We'd run some decent rapids earlier. Nothing crazy, but enough to get everyone wet and laughing. By late afternoon, we pulled up to make camp near Pumpkin Springs, this weird natural pool stained orange from all the minerals. It's at mile 213 for anyone who knows the river. We had our routine down after almost a week. Guests would help unload gear while guides secured the rafts. Then we'd set up the kitchen, guests would put up their tents, and we'd start dinner prep. River was always moving, checking on everything, making sure nobody needed help. I remember the last time I saw him. It was around 4 in the afternoon. I was securing one of the rafts when he walked past, carrying some kitchen gear up from the boats. He had on his blue plaid shirt, the one he'd been wearing all week, his life jacket still buckled over it. Chaco sandals, those beat-up ones with the worn tread. His purple Nalgene bottle was clipped to his belt. "You good with the boats, Jules?" he asked me. "Yeah, all good. Need help with dinner later? I'll let you know." And then he walked up toward where we were setting up camp. That was it, the last normal moment before everything went sideways. I spent maybe 30 minutes finishing with the boats, collecting scattered gear from the rafts. When I walked up to the main camp area, people were starting to set up tents. Mike, one of the other guides, was getting the stove ready. Lisa, our fourth guide, was showing some guests where to find the toilet kit. "Where's River?" I asked Mike. He wanted help with dinner. Mike looked up, squinting in the late afternoon sun. "Haven't seen him. Maybe checking the springs with the guests?" I nodded and went to look for him. Pumpkin Springs is this weird travertine pool right off the riverbank. It looks amazing, this milky turquoise water against the orange rock. But it's full of arsenic and other nasty stuff, so we always warn people not to swim in it. A few guests were there taking photos, but no River. I walked back to camp, checking tents along the way. Nothing. Asked a few guests if they'd seen him. Nobody had, at least not since we'd landed. I still wasn't worried. The canyon creates these pockets where you can be just around a bend and completely out of sight. Probably scouting something. But then dinner prep started, and he still wasn't back. That's when I felt the first prickle of unease. River was responsible to a fault. He wouldn't wander off without telling someone, especially as trip leader. By 6, we were actively searching. The 4 of us guides split up, each taking a direction from camp. I headed upstream along the shore, calling his name. The sound echoed off the canyon walls, making it hard to tell where anything was coming from. I checked every side canyon, every boulder field. Nothing. The sun was starting to sink behind the canyon walls, casting long shadows across the river. I remember how the air felt, still hot, but with that edge that comes when you know darkness is coming. And in the Grand Canyon, when it gets dark, it gets dark. No city lights, no glow on the horizon, just stars and maybe moonlight if you're lucky. By 7, we'd covered at least a mile in each direction. We regrouped, brought the guests back to camp. Everyone was worried now. River knew better than to wander off alone, especially without telling another guide. Mike made the call at 8 p.m. with our satellite radio. "NPS dispatch, this is Colorado River Expedition 215. We have a missing guide, over." The response was immediate but couldn't help us that night. They'd start a search at first light. We kept looking with flashlights until nearly midnight, taking turns staying with the guests. Nobody slept much. I kept thinking I'd heard his voice, caught glimpses of his blue shirt in the beam of my flashlight. The canyon plays tricks on you at night. The next morning, 2 park service boats arrived with search teams. They interviewed all of us separately, asked the same questions over and over. When did you last see him? What was he wearing? Did he mention going anywhere? Did he seem upset or disoriented? Could he have fallen in the water? That last question haunted me. River was the strongest swimmer I knew. Even if he had fallen in, he was wearing his life jacket. The river was relatively calm in that stretch, and we would have heard something, a splash, a shout. 16 guests and 3 other guides, all within a couple hundred yards of each other. Someone would have noticed. The search grew over the next few days. They brought in helicopters, ground teams that hiked in from the rim, more river patrols. They checked every eddy, every side canyon, every crevice for 4 miles in either direction. They found nothing. Not his hat, not his water bottle, not his life jacket. Nothing. I stayed with the search for 3 more days after our guests were evacuated. Mike and Lisa had to continue downriver with a replacement guide and new guests. The river trips run on a schedule that can't be changed because of the permit system. But I couldn't leave, not until we found him. The heat was brutal, over 100 degrees every day. The search teams hacked through tamarisk thickets so dense you couldn't see 3 feet ahead. We climbed over boulder fields where one wrong step could mean a broken ankle. We checked underwater shelves and caves where a body might get trapped. Nothing, not a single trace. On the 5th day, I was with a team checking a side canyon about a mile downstream. We'd been at it for hours, the sun beating down, when I noticed something odd. At first, I thought it was heat exhaustion making me see things. There was a small alcove in the canyon wall, maybe 20 feet up from where we were searching. Not big, just a shallow indentation. I swear I saw a flicker of blue, the exact shade of River's shirt. Over there, I pointed, already scrambling up the rocky slope. The others followed. It was tough going. Loose scree that slid under our boots, scraggly bushes that seemed determined to block our path. When we finally reached the alcove, there was nothing there, just empty rock, warm to the touch. But then I noticed something that made my skin crawl. Right at the back of the alcove was a small pool of water. Clear, not the silty brown of the Colorado. And floating in it was a single green leaf. Here's the thing. There were no plants in that alcove. No trees overhead that could have dropped a leaf. The nearest vegetation was 50 feet below us. And this leaf was fresh, like it had just been plucked. The others didn't see the significance. Just a leaf blown in by the wind, they said. But I remembered something River had told me once, sitting by the campfire on a different trip. He'd been talking about Havasupai legends, stories he'd heard from a tribal elder. They believe there are doorways in the canyon, he'd said. Places where the veil is thin. You can step through into somewhere else, but if you're not careful, you might not find your way back. I'd laughed it off as campfire talk, but standing in that alcove, staring at that impossible leaf, I wasn't laughing anymore. That night, the search coordinator told us they were scaling back operations. No additional clues to guide further search efforts, was the official line. Translation: we have no idea what happened to him, and we're out of places to look. I stayed for one more day, searching alone, calling his name until my voice gave out. Eventually, someone from the Park Service put me on a boat heading downstream. Said I wasn't helping anyone by becoming another casualty. In the years since, I've gone back to that spot 5 times. I've checked that alcove every time. The leaf was gone after that first day, and I've never seen another one. Once I thought I heard River's laugh echoing down from somewhere up on the canyon rim, but when I looked up, There was only empty sky. People have theories. The most common is that he somehow drowned and his body was swept downriver, maybe lodged somewhere they didn't check. Others think he might have been dealing with something personal and walked away on purpose. A few even suggested he was taken either by someone on our trip or some stranger who somehow accessed that remote location. I don't believe any of those explanations. Not after what I saw, not after that leaf. The Grand Canyon isn't just a big hole in the ground. It's ancient in a way that makes human time seem meaningless. The Havasupai, Hualapai, and other tribes have stories about it that go back generations. Stories about places where our world touches others. I still guide trips on the river. People sometimes ask if I'm afraid after what happened. I tell them no, but that's not exactly true. I'm not afraid of the canyon. I'm afraid of what might be in it, or perhaps what's on the other side of it. River vanished in June 2015, and to this day, no trace of him has ever been found. No clothing, no equipment, no body. He walked up from the riverbank on a sunny afternoon and simply disappeared. I think about him whenever I pass Pumpkin Springs. I watch the way the light plays on the water's surface, how it seems to shimmer with something more than just reflections. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I catch a glimpse of something or someone watching back. Story 5. I've been sitting on this experience for almost a year now, and I think I'm finally ready to talk about it. I've read similar stories here, but I never thought I'd be posting my own. I'm not a superstitious person. I wasn't raised to believe in the supernatural. But what happened in Utah changed everything for me. Last September, my friends and I went on our annual camping trip. It's something we've been doing since college. Just us guys getting away from everything for a few days. There's 4 of us. Me, Eric, Marcus, and Caleb. We've been friends for over 15 years. This time, Eric suggested we try somewhere completely off the grid. He'd found this remote basin somewhere in southern Utah, just beyond Navajo Nation territory. No marked trails, no designated campsites, just pure wilderness. He showed us the spot on Google Maps, and it looked perfect. A hidden valley surrounded by red rock formations, completely isolated. We packed up Eric's Jeep and my pickup truck with our gear and headed out early on a Friday morning. The drive took about 7 hours, with the last 2 on dirt roads that got progressively worse. Eventually, we had to park and hike the final mile to the basin. The moment we stepped into that basin, something felt off. I remember stopping in my tracks and looking around, trying to figure out what was bothering me. Then it hit me. The silence. It was absolute. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing, no wind rustling through the sparse juniper trees. Just nothing. Anyone else notice how quiet it is? I asked. Marcus nodded. Yeah, it's weird. Like we're in a vacuum or something. Eric shrugged it off. That's why I picked this place. Total isolation. We set up camp near a rock formation that provided some shelter. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the basin. We got a fire going, cooked dinner, and cracked open some beers. Everything seemed normal as we sat around sharing stories and jokes like we always did. That first night passed without incident, though I remember waking up several times feeling like something was watching me. I chalked it up to being in an unfamiliar place. The next day, we explored the basin. It was beautiful in a stark, desolate way. Red rocks, scrubby vegetation, and a small spring that trickled down from the cliffs. But that unnatural silence persisted. No matter where we went, there were no signs of wildlife, not even lizards or snakes, which should have been abundant in that environment. As the sun was setting, we made our way back to camp and got the fire going again. The stars came out. I've never seen them so bright, with no light pollution for miles around. We were drinking and laughing when, around midnight, we heard it. A howl from beyond the ridge. Not a coyote or a wolf, something different. It was higher pitched, almost like a person trying to imitate an animal. Caleb, always the joker, cupped his hands around his mouth and howled back. We all laughed. Then it answered. The sound that came back wasn't a howl. It was... I still don't know how to describe it properly. A deep, wet sound that started as a moan and ended in something like laughter. It made the hair on my arms stand up. "What the fuck was that?" Marcus whispered. "Probably just an echo playing tricks," Eric said, but I could tell he was unsettled too. Caleb laughed nervously. "Whatever it was, it's far away." We stayed up a bit longer, but the mood had shifted. We were all on edge, straining to hear any other sounds. Eventually we turned in, but I barely slept that night. The next morning, we decided to explore the northern part of the basin. About a mile from our camp, tucked against the base of a cliff, we found something that shouldn't have been there. A Navajo hogan, one of those traditional dwellings. It was old but not ancient, maybe built 20 or 30 years ago and then abandoned. "Should we check it out?" Marcus asked. Eric looked uneasy. "I don't know, man. We're pretty close to Navajo land. This might be sacred or something." "It's abandoned," Caleb said, already walking toward it. "Besides, we're just looking." The hogan was dark inside, smelling of dust and something else, something sour and unpleasant. As my eyes adjusted, I saw scattered bones on the dirt floor, small ones, probably from rabbits or other small animals, but arranged in a pattern I couldn't make sense of. In the center was a strange bundle, twigs, feathers, and what looked like hair, all tied together with red string. It hung from the ceiling on a leather cord. "Don't touch that," Eric said sharply when Caleb reached for it. "Seriously." "What is it?" I asked. "Some kind of ward, I think. Protection." Eric had gone through a phase in college where he'd studied Native American folklore. "We should leave it alone." Caleb rolled his eyes, but dropped his hand. As we were leaving, though, I saw him quickly snatch one of the feathers that had fallen to the ground. I should have said something, but I didn't. We spent the rest of the day fishing at the spring, though we didn't catch anything. The water was clear but strangely still, with no signs of life. By the time we got back to camp, the sun was setting, and that uneasy feeling had returned, stronger than before. That night, things changed. We were sitting around the fire when Marcus suddenly went still, head cocked to one side. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. At first I didn't, then I did. Whispers, barely audible, coming from the darkness beyond our campfire. It sounded like multiple voices speaking in a language I didn't recognize, circling our camp. "It's just the wind," Caleb said, but there was no wind, not even a breeze. Then came the smell, putrid, like rotting meat left in the sun. It was so strong I gagged. "Guys," Eric said, his voice tight with fear. "Look." At the edge of our camp, just at the limit of the firelight, stood something. It was tall, much taller than any person should be, and impossibly thin, like someone had stretched a human body until it was on the verge of tearing. Its arms were too long, hanging down past its knees, ending in hands with fingers like twigs. But it was the face that still haunts me. It looked like mine, but wrong. One eye was too high, the mouth too wide, stretching almost ear to ear. The skin was gray and seemed to hang loose in places. And then it spoke. "David," it said, using my name. It was my voice, but strangled somehow, like it was being pushed through a throat that wasn't designed for human speech. I couldn't move. None of us could. We just stared at this thing that had my face and my voice, but was clearly not human. Eric was the first to react. He grabbed his rifle and fired. The creature jerked as if hit, but instead of falling, it sort of collapsed, like a puppet with its strings cut. Then it scuttled away backward, still facing us, moving in a way no human body could move. "The car!" Marcus yelled. "We need to get to the cars now." We didn't bother packing up. We grabbed our backpacks, our wallets, and our keys and ran. The whispers followed us the whole way, sometimes so close I could feel breath on the back of my neck. The smell of rot was everywhere. We made it to our vehicles and drove, headlights bouncing wildly on the rough terrain. I remember looking in my rear-view mirror and seeing multiple sets of eyes reflecting the light, following us down the dirt road. When we finally reached the highway, we pulled over at a gas station. We were all shaking, covered in sweat despite the cool night air. "What the fuck was that?" Marcus kept saying. "What the fuck was that?" Caleb was unusually quiet. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the feather he'd taken from the Hogan. It looked different now, darker, with what looked like fresh blood on the shaft. "I think I made a mistake," he said. Eric exploded. "You think? I told you not to touch anything. That was a skinwalker, Caleb. A fucking skinwalker. And you stole from it." I'd heard stories about skinwalkers, Navajo witches who could take the form of animals or people, but they were just stories, folklore. At least that's what I'd thought. We decided to split up. I know that sounds stupid now, but we were panicking. Marcus and Caleb went with Eric in his Jeep. I took my truck. We agreed to meet up the next day to figure out what to do. I never saw Caleb again. When I got home to my apartment in Salt Lake City, I was exhausted but too wired to sleep. I took a shower, trying to wash away the smell of that place, though I wasn't sure if it was real anymore or just in my head. As I was drying off, I heard a scratching at my bedroom window. I froze, towel in hand, listening. The scratching continued, followed by a light tapping, like someone trying to get my attention. I don't know what possessed me to look. I should have called the police. Instead, I slowly pulled back the curtain. It was there, crouched outside my third-floor window, its too long body folded up like an insect. My face stared back at me from its head, that wide, wrong mouth stretched in a grin that revealed too many teeth. I fell backward, scrambling away. When I found the courage to look again, it was gone. The next morning I tried calling Caleb. No answer. Same with Eric and Marcus. Then I found the feather on my doorstep, somehow, even though I lived on the third floor. I knew what I had to do. I had to return it. I drove back to Utah alone. I don't know why I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I guess part of me still couldn't believe what was happening, and I was afraid people would think I was crazy. The basin looked different in daylight. Still silent, still empty, but somehow less threatening. I hiked back to the Hogan, the feather burning a hole in my pocket the whole way. The Hogan was where we'd left it, but the entrance seemed larger somehow, darker. I stepped inside, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The bundle still hung from the ceiling, swaying slightly though there was no breeze. I took the feather from my pocket and buried it in the dirt floor beneath the bundle, hoping that would be enough. "I'm sorry," I said aloud, feeling stupid but desperate. "We didn't mean any disrespect." When I turned to leave, it was there, blocking the entrance. In the dim light of the Hogan, it looked even more wrong, its limbs bent at impossible angles, its skin shifting like something alive was moving underneath. Its face, God, its face. It kept melting and changing, cycling through faces I recognized, Eric, Marcus, Caleb, before settling back on its distorted version of mine. David, it said again, but this time in a chorus of voices, mine, Eric's, Marcus's, Caleb's. You came back. Behind it, I could see more shapes moving in the darkness outside the Hogan. Dozens of them, all with my face, all watching with those wrong eyes. I fell to my knees. Please, I begged. I returned it. I'm sorry we took it. Please let my friends go. The creature tilted its head at an angle that would have broken a human neck. It leaned down until its face was inches from mine, that wide mouth opening to reveal a darkness that seemed to go on forever. It whispered something then, in a language I didn't understand but somehow felt I should. The words burned in my mind, and then nothing. I woke up alone in the basin. The Hogan was gone. In its place was a circle of scorched earth, as if something had burned intensely hot and then vanished. I stumbled back to my truck and drove home in a daze. I tried calling my friends again. Eric and Marcus eventually called back. They were shaken but okay. Caleb never did. 3 weeks later, I received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a Polaroid photo. It showed Caleb standing on the edge of a cliff I recognized from the basin. But he wasn't standing normally. His body was slack, like a puppet, his head tilted at that impossible angle. Behind him, partly hidden in shadow, was the creature, holding what looked like a mirror that reflected my face back at the camera. I burned the photo. I changed my apartment, my phone number, even considered changing my name. I haven't been sleeping well. Sometimes I wake up and find dirt from the basin on my sheets, though I've never gone back. And sometimes, in the middle of the night, I hear whispers in that language I shouldn't understand, but do. They're telling me to come back. They're telling me they're not finished with me yet. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make this stop. Story 6. I still get chills when I think about what happened to me when I was 6 years old. I've never really told anyone the full story until now because I was so young when it happened. And for the longest time I thought maybe I'd imagined parts of it or blown it out of proportion. But a few weeks ago, I saw a news article that confirmed everything I'd been afraid of was real, and it's brought all those memories flooding back. This happened in the early 90s at this weird little charter school I attended in England. It wasn't a normal school building. It was this old converted mansion that still had all these strange nooks and crannies, weird staircases that led to nowhere, and rooms that didn't make any sense. The whole place was run by this family, the Howes. Mrs. Howe was the principal, and she was okay, I guess. Pretty strict, but fair enough. The rest of her family was just off. Her husband, Mr. Howe, would sometimes teach classes, even though he clearly wasn't a teacher. He was this super tall, skinny guy with barely any hair left, and his eyes were always watery like he'd just been crying. He mostly taught science, but he didn't really know what he was talking about half the time. Their youngest kid, Wally, was in my class. He had some kind of special needs. I was too young to understand what exactly, but the teachers always treated him differently. Then there was their daughter, who I barely ever saw. She was this classic 90s goth teenager who wore all black and had this permanent scowl on her face. But the one who always made me uncomfortable was their oldest son, Dom. He must have been in his early 20s, just out of university, and for some reason, he was always hanging around this elementary school. He didn't have an actual job there as far as I could tell. But since his parents ran the place, nobody questioned why this grown man was constantly lurking around little kids. During my second year there, they finally opened up the swimming pool. The school had this outdoor pool that had been closed before, but they cleaned it up and said we could use it. The changing rooms were these two tiny, falling apart shacks right at the edge of the tree line. The benches inside were old wood, with splinters sticking out everywhere. There was this rule at the school that no doors were allowed to be locked, something about fire safety. So the changing rooms were always unlocked. It was a really hot day in June, probably the hottest day that summer, when it happened. All my friends had already changed and gone to the pool, but I was running late because I'd forgotten my swimming trunks and had to call my mum to bring them. So I was alone in this gross little changing room, trying to hurry up so I could join everyone else. I'd just taken off my school uniform when I heard the door creak open. I turned around, trying to cover myself up with my t-shirt, and there was Dom standing in the doorway. "Boo!" he shouted, like he always did when he was trying to scare us kids. Usually he'd laugh and walk away, but this time he just stood there, blocking the only exit. "I'm changing," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "I can see that," he replied, still not moving. "Don't mind me, Ben. Just making sure you don't get into any trouble on your way to the pool." I turned my back to him and tried to put on my swimming trunks as quickly as possible while still covering myself. I could feel him watching me, and my hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my legs into the trunks. The whole time, I kept waiting for him to leave, but he didn't. Then I felt his hands on my shoulders. I nearly jumped out of my skin. He'd moved across the small room without making a sound, and suddenly, he was right behind me. I was so scared I lost my balance and fell backward against one of those splintery benches. It hurt, and I started crying, not just from the pain, but from pure fear. Dom's face changed immediately. He wasn't smiling anymore. He looked angry, like I'd done something wrong. "Stop crying," he hissed, grabbing my arm. His fingers dug in so hard I'm sure they left bruises. "Stop it right now." I tried to pull away, but his grip just got tighter. There was a struggle. I was twisting and pulling, and he was trying to keep hold of me. I remember the panic building in my chest, like I couldn't breathe properly. I knew something really bad was about to happen. That's when Dom knocked against the wall. I think he was trying to pull me closer to him. There was this weird crackling sound from above us, and we both looked up just in time to see this massive wasp nest detach from the rafters. It seemed to fall in slow motion, this gray papery thing about the size of a football. It hit the floor between us and practically exploded. Suddenly the air was filled with angry wasps, buzzing and darting everywhere. Dom immediately let go of my arm and looked absolutely terrified. He shoved me aside. I remember my head knocking against the wall and ran for the door. This is the detail that still sticks with me. He had to unlock the door to get out. The door that was never supposed to be locked. He'd locked us in there together. He was fumbling with the lock, panicking, while wasps were starting to sting him. I was pressed against the far wall, frozen in fear. Finally, he got the door open and ran out, leaving me alone with the swarm. Somehow I only got stung once, on my ankle. I grabbed my clothes and ran out of there in just my swimming trunks, crying and screaming for help. My teacher, Mrs. Palmer, came running over. I was hysterical, trying to explain what happened, but I couldn't get the words out properly. All I could say was, "Dom locked the door. Dom locked the door," over and over again. Mrs. Palmer took me to the nurse's office, where they put some cream on my sting and called my mom. I remember Mrs. Howe coming in, looking really concerned, asking me what happened. I told her about Dom being in the changing room with me and the wasp nest falling, but I was still so upset that I don't think I made much sense. Mom arrived about 30 minutes later and took me home. I told her everything about Dom watching me change, grabbing me, and locking the door. She looked really worried and kept asking me if Dom had touched me anywhere else or done anything else to me. I said no, because he hadn't had the chance. The wasps had stopped him. The next day, Mum kept me home from school. When I went back the day after, Dom wasn't there anymore. Mrs. Howe told everyone he'd gone to stay with his uncle in Scotland. Nobody mentioned the incident with me in the changing room, and after a while I started wondering if I'd imagined how scary it had been. Maybe Dom was just checking on me and I overreacted. Maybe the door wasn't actually locked, and he was just struggling with it because of the wasps. I ended up transferring to a different school the next year. My parents said it was because the new school was better, but looking back, I think they didn't trust the Howes anymore. I mostly forgot about the whole thing as I grew up. It was just this weird, scary memory from when I was a kid that I rarely thought about. Then, 3 weeks ago, I was scrolling through news articles online when a name jumped out at me: Dominic Howe. The headline read, "Former youth worker sentenced to 20 years for child abuse." I felt sick as I read the article. Dom had been working at a youth center for years, and 2 children had finally come forward about the abuse they'd suffered at his hands. The investigation revealed there were likely more victims who hadn't spoken up. What hit me hardest was a quote from the judge during sentencing. She said that Dom had a pattern of isolating vulnerable children, often locking them in rooms where they couldn't escape. When I read that, my whole body went cold. He'd done the same thing to me, locked me in that changing room where nobody could see or hear what was happening. I've spent the last few weeks piecing it all together. That wasp nest saved me. If it hadn't fallen when it did, I would have been another one of Dom's victims. I think about those poor kids who didn't have a swarm of wasps to rescue them, and it breaks my heart. I'm 35 now, married with kids of my own, and I've never been more vigilant about who spends time with my children. I've taught them about trusting their instincts when an adult makes them uncomfortable, no matter who that adult is. Sometimes I wonder if I should have spoken up more about what happened. Maybe if someone had investigated Dom back then, those other kids wouldn't have suffered. But I was 6 years old, confused and scared, and the adults around me didn't seem to take it seriously enough. I still hate wasps, can't help flinching whenever one buzzes near me, but I also feel this weird sense of gratitude toward them. As ridiculous as it sounds, a bunch of angry insects saved me from what could have been a traumatic assault. Nature stepped in when the people who should have protected me failed. I don't know why I'm sharing all this now. Maybe seeing that news article made me realize I need to process what happened rather than burying it. Or maybe I just want other people to know that sometimes those childhood instincts that tell you something isn't right, those are worth listening to. Dom always made me uncomfortable, and there was a reason for that. I just wish the grown-ups had paid more attention. Story 7. I keep replaying that day in my mind, over and over. It's been 3 months since it happened, but every time I close my eyes, I see Danny lying there. I don't think I'll ever be able to forget it. Danny and I had been best friends since freshman year of high school. We did everything together, played in the same garage band, double dated to prom, even applied to the same colleges. When we both got accepted to state, it felt like everything was working out perfectly. Our freshman year, we shared a dorm room and it was great, sophomore year too. But junior year, the university ran out of housing and we got separated. I ended up with some random guys in university apartments, and Danny found this cheap place off campus. I remember the day he texted me about it. Dude, found an apartment for $350 a month. Already signed the lease. Some guy named Tommy needs a roommate ASAP. I drove Danny to move in that weekend. The building was, well, a shithole. Peeling paint, musty smell in the hallways, sketchy lock on the main entrance. But Danny was psyched about saving money, and I tried to be supportive. Then I met Tommy. I'll never forget that first impression. He was huge, maybe 6'4" and built like a linebacker, but with this unnervingly quiet demeanor. Dark hair that hung in his eyes. When Danny introduced us, Tommy just stared at me without saying anything, then gave this weird nod. No smile, no handshake, nothing. Tommy works nights, Danny explained, while we carried boxes past him. So he sleeps during the day mostly. I pulled Danny into his bedroom while Tommy just stood in the hallway watching us. Dude, this guy gives me the creeps, I whispered. Are you sure about this? Danny laughed it off. He's just awkward, man, and the rent is dirt cheap. It'll be fine. That was Danny. Always seeing the best in people, always the optimist. The thing about Danny is that he was the heaviest sleeper I've ever known. Back in the dorms, the fire alarm went off once, and I literally had to drag him out of bed. He slept through everything. Thunderstorms, drunk guys shouting in the hallway, everything. Because of this, he used this insanely loud iPod docking station alarm clock. It blasted Metallica at full volume every morning at 7:30. Even that barely woke him up sometimes. It was a running joke between us. I'd recorded videos of him sleeping through absurd noises just to show people. I didn't think about how that might affect Tommy until Danny mentioned it a couple weeks after moving in. Tommy complained about my alarm today, he texted me. Said it wakes him up when he's trying to sleep after his night shift. I remember feeling uneasy about that. Maybe you should get a vibrating alarm or something, I suggested. Nah, I'd sleep right through it. I'll just try to turn it down a bit. I visited Danny about a week later. Tommy was there, sitting at the kitchen table eating cereal, staring at the wall. He didn't acknowledge me when I walked in. The apartment had this weird, tense energy. I noticed a note on the refrigerator in blocky handwriting. Silence is golden. When Tommy went to the bathroom, I pointed it out to Danny. Yeah, he left that yesterday, Danny shrugged. He's been weird about noise lately. Maybe you should look for another place, I said. Danny rolled his eyes. It's fine, he's just a bit particular. That night, we played video games in Danny's room until about 1 a.m. I was crashing on his floor, and we were both half asleep when Danny's door creaked open slightly. I propped myself up on my elbows and saw Tommy standing in the doorway, just watching, not saying anything, just staring at us in the dark. Tommy? Danny mumbled, half asleep. What's up, man? Thought I heard something, Tommy said in this flat voice that made my skin crawl. He didn't move from the doorway. We're good, dude, Danny said, rolling over. Night. Tommy stood there for another 30 seconds before slowly closing the door. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning I cornered Danny in the kitchen while Tommy was in the shower. That was fucking weird, man. You need to move out. Danny sighed. He's just socially awkward. Probably has some kind of condition or something. The rent is half what you're paying. I'm not throwing that away because my roommate is a little strange. I kept pushing it, but Danny wouldn't budge. He always thought he could handle anything. That was the last time I stayed over. Over the next few weeks, Danny mentioned other strange things. Tommy standing outside his bedroom door at night. Tommy moving Danny's stuff around without asking. Tommy sitting in the living room in the dark. But every time I suggested he move out, Danny brushed it off. "It's not that bad," he'd say. "You're overreacting." Then last Tuesday happened. I texted Danny in the morning about meeting up for lunch, but he didn't respond. That wasn't like him. Danny always had his phone. I tried calling him around noon, but it went straight to voicemail. By 3 o'clock, I was worried enough that I decided to drive over to his apartment. When I got there, I noticed his car was still in the parking lot. I knocked on the apartment door, but nobody answered. I tried the handle and it was unlocked, which immediately sent up red flags. Danny always locked the door. "Danny," I called out, stepping inside. The apartment was dead quiet. No TV, no music, nothing. Just this heavy silence. I walked down the short hallway to Danny's room, called his name again. No answer. His door was partially open, and I pushed it all the way. What I saw, I still can't. Danny was lying on his bed, on his back. His eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. There was this huge, jagged cut across his throat, so deep I could see. I can't even write it. There was blood everywhere, on the sheets, on the wall, pooled on the floor. His iPod docking station was smashed to pieces beside the bed, like someone had thrown it against the wall and then stomped on it. The iPod itself was crushed, bits of screen and metal scattered across the pool of blood on the floor. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just stood there, staring at my best friend's body, trying to process what I was seeing. That's when I heard it, a floorboard creaking behind me. I spun around, and Tommy was standing in the doorway, just standing there with that same blank expression. He wasn't holding anything. His hands were empty, hanging at his sides. "He couldn't stop," Tommy said, his voice completely calm. "That noise, every morning." I asked him. I warned him. He took a step toward me, and I backed up until I hit Danny's desk. "You heard it too, didn't you?" Tommy asked, tilting his head slightly. "You know how it was." I don't remember deciding to run. My body just moved. I shoved past him, nearly falling as I scrambled down the hallway. I heard him following, his footsteps heavy and unhurried behind me. I burst out of the apartment and ran to my car, fumbling with my keys. When I looked back, Tommy was standing in the doorway, just watching me. He didn't try to chase me. I drove to a gas station about a mile away and called the police. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial the number. I kept thinking about Danny lying there, about how I'd told him to move out, about how he hadn't listened. The police arrested Tommy that night. He was still in the apartment when they arrived, just sitting on the couch watching TV like nothing had happened. They found the knife in the kitchen sink. He hadn't even washed it. According to the detective who interviewed me later, Tommy didn't resist arrest. He just kept muttering about the alarm and how it had to stop. The coroner determined that Danny had been killed that morning, probably right after his alarm went off, which meant Tommy had been sitting in that apartment with Danny's body all day. The worst part is that I keep thinking about how preventable it all was. Danny knew something was off about Tommy. I knew something was off. But Danny thought he could handle it, thought saving a few $100s on rent was worth putting up with his creepy roommate. I've been in therapy since it happened, but I can't shake the nightmares. Sometimes I dream that I'm the one in that bed, and I wake up just as Tommy is standing over me with the knife. Sometimes I dream that I'm back in that hallway and I can't run fast enough, and I feel Tommy's hands on my back. But mostly, I dream about Danny, about how I couldn't save him, about how close I came to being Tommy's next victim. The police told me that when they questioned Tommy, he said he'd been planning to fix the noise problem for weeks. That morning was just when he finally did it. If I had pushed harder, if I had somehow convinced Danny to move out. Tommy's awaiting trial now. His lawyer is trying to argue insomnia-induced psychosis or something. I don't care what they call it. All I know is that my best friend is dead because he wouldn't listen when I told him his roommate was dangerous. I keep replaying our last conversation, where I begged him to find a new place. "It's not that bad," he said. "You're overreacting." I wish more than anything that I had been overreacting, but I wasn't, and now Danny's gone. Every morning when my own alarm goes off, I think about Danny. I think about how something as simple as an alarm clock cost him his life. And I think about Tommy standing in that doorway, looking at me with those empty eyes, saying, "You know how it was." I'll never forget that moment. I'll never forget Danny. And I'll never stop wondering if there was something more I could have done to save him. Story 8. 4 months, 4 fucking months I'd been surviving this place, and somehow it felt like both a lifetime and no time at all. Juvenile detention isn't like what you see on TV. It's worse in some ways, better in others. The constant noise, the smell, a mix of industrial cleaner and teenage boy sweat that never quite leaves your nose, and the routine that drives you insane while simultaneously being the only thing keeping you sane. I was in for arson. Me and my buddy Cooksey thought it would be funny to light up this abandoned shed behind our school. We didn't think the whole damn thing would go up like that, or spread to the storage unit next to it. 9 months they gave me. 9 months of my life locked behind concrete walls topped with razor wire for a stupid mistake. I had adjusted as best I could, made a few allies, learned which guards were decent and which were power-tripping assholes. The hierarchy here wasn't that different from regular high school, except the consequences for stepping out of line were a lot more immediate and painful. Some of the most dangerous kids weren't even the biggest or loudest. They were the quiet ones who watched and waited. I'd been lucky with roommates until they assigned me Adam. My previous roommate had been transferred out, and I'd had the tiny cell to myself for almost a week. Then one evening during dinner, one of the guards told me I'd be getting a new cellie that night. Adam shuffled into our room around 9 p.m., skinny as hell, sickly pale, with this greasy black hair that hung in his eyes. The dark circles under his eyes made him look like he hadn't slept in weeks. He didn't say much, just nodded when the guard introduced us and dropped his issued bedding on the bottom bunk. "Top's mine," I said, just to establish something. He didn't argue, just nodded again. That first night, I knew something was off. I woke up around 2 in the morning to this faint sound, whispering. It was coming from below me. I leaned over the edge of my bunk and saw Adam lying perfectly still on his back, eyes wide open, mouth moving constantly as he whispered to the ceiling. "Hey," I hissed. "Shut up, man. People are trying to sleep." He went quiet for maybe 10 minutes before starting again. This became our routine. Every night he'd whisper for hours. During the day, he barely spoke to anyone. He didn't shower unless forced to by the guards. At meals, he'd push his food around his tray, occasionally taking tiny bites. During free time, while other kids played basketball or watched the ancient TV in the common room, Adam would sit against a wall staring at nothing. The worst part was when I'd wake up in the middle of the night and catch him staring at the wall next to his bed. Just staring. For hours. Sometimes I'd see him reach out and trace patterns on the concrete with his fingertips. Other times he'd press his ear against it like he was listening for something inside. After about 3 weeks of this shit, I couldn't take it anymore. My sleep was completely fucked. I was getting more and more pissed off during the day, almost got into 2 fights because I was so on edge. "What the fuck are you always whispering about?" I finally snapped one night when his muttering woke me up again. There was a long pause, and I thought maybe he was ignoring me. Then his voice came through the darkness, way too calm. "I'm not talking to myself. I'm talking to my sister." I rolled my eyes, even though he couldn't see me. "Your sister isn't here, dipshit." "She is." Another pause. "She's dead, but she's always with me." Great. My roommate was a complete nutcase. "Look," I said, trying to sound reasonable. "If you miss your sister, maybe write her letters or something. Just stop with the midnight conversations, all right?" He laughed then, this hollow, empty sound that made the hair on my arm stand up. "That wouldn't work. She drowned when she was 3. She can't read." Something about the way he said it made me go cold. I should have just rolled over and gone back to sleep, but instead I asked, "What happened to her?" Adam shifted in his bunk below me. I could hear the thin mattress crinkling as he moved. "I killed her," he said, in the same casual tone someone might use to mention they had cereal for breakfast. My heart started hammering in my chest. People say all kinds of shit in juvie, trying to sound hard, but there was something in his voice that told me he wasn't bullshitting. "What do you mean?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. I was 5, she was 3. Mom was on the phone in the kitchen while we were taking a bath together. His voice was flat, emotionless. "I hated sharing my bath with her. I hated sharing everything with her. My toys, my parents' attention, everything." I wanted him to stop talking, but I couldn't find my voice to tell him. She was splashing me, laughing. I got so angry. I grabbed her head and smashed it against the side of the tub to stun her. Then I held her underwater. Jesus fucking Christ. I lay frozen, staring at the ceiling as he continued. She fought hard. Her little fingers clawed at my arms. I still have the scars, see? I heard rustling, like he was showing me something in the darkness. The bubbles stopped coming up. Her hair spread out like seaweed in the water. It was pretty, actually. My stomach turned. I wanted to puke. When Mom came in, I was crying. I told her Rachel slipped and hit her head and went under the water. I said I tried to pull her up, but couldn't. Mom screamed so loud the neighbors called the police. His voice had taken on an almost dreamy quality now. Nobody believed a 5-year-old could deliberately kill someone. The police said kids that young don't understand death. My parents couldn't accept that I'd done it on purpose. They thought I was traumatized from witnessing her accident. He chuckled softly. The case was closed as an accidental drowning. "Why are you telling me this?" I finally managed to ask. "Because you asked why I talked to her." A long pause. "I regret killing her, not because I miss her or feel bad about it. I regret it because she never leaves me alone now." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "She's been with me since the day she died. At first, she was just how I remembered her, a little girl with pigtails and a floral swimsuit. But over the years, she's changed." I heard him shift again. "When she gets angry, she stretches, gets tall and thin. Her face and limbs twist into something sharp, hollow. At night, she stands over my bed, her face right above mine, silently screaming like she did underwater." His voice trembled slightly. "That's why I talk to her. If I keep talking to her, she stays calm. She likes the attention. If I ignore her, she gets angry." "You're fucking with me," I said, but my voice came out weak. "I don't care if you believe me. Most people think I'm crazy. I prefer that to them knowing the truth." He paused. Being thought of as crazy is better than being known as a murderer, and it's definitely better than making Rachel angry. I didn't sleep at all that night. I lay rigid in my bunk, listening to Adam resume his whispering. The words were too quiet to make out, but they continued until dawn, a constant stream of one-sided conversation. The next day, I went to see one of the facility counselors. I didn't know if Adam was genuinely insane or an actual killer, but either way, I couldn't share a room with him anymore. I told the counselor everything Adam had told me, watching her face grow more concerned with each word. They moved Adam the same day. I never found out where they took him. Maybe to the psychiatric wing, maybe to another facility entirely. I never saw him again, but I couldn't forget his story. At night, I'd find myself staring at the walls of my cell, wondering if Adam had really murdered his sister or if it was all some elaborate delusion. If it was true, a murderer had been walking free for years, his crime dismissed as a tragic accident. And if his story about his sister's ghost was true, I didn't want to think about that. After I got released, I tried to look up news reports about a 3-year-old girl named Rachel who drowned while bathing with her brother over a decade ago. I found 3 cases that matched. In one of them, the family's last name was the same as Adam's. The article mentioned the devastating accident and how the traumatized 5-year-old brother had tried to save his sister. Sometimes I still think about Adam, whispering to the ghost of the sister he murdered, wondering if he's still out there somewhere, talking constantly to keep her appeased. I wonder if he's telling the truth when he says she stretches tall and thin when she's angry, her face twisting into something inhuman as she silently screams. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night for no reason, I find myself staring at my walls, half expecting to see the faint outline of a little girl with wet hair, her body elongated and distorted, her face frozen in a silent scream, just watching me because I was the last person to hear her brother's confession. Story 9. I've been a landlord in San Francisco's Mission District for nearly 40 years. You see and hear a lot of strange things in this business, but nothing prepared me for what happened with James. Even now, I struggle to make sense of it. It was 1989, and I'd just finished renovating a 3-story Victorian on Valencia Street. Beautiful, building with original woodwork, and I was careful about who I rented to. That February, this skinny, nervous-looking guy in his late 20s showed up to see apartment 2B. He had these intense dark eyes that never quite looked at you directly. "I'm a chemistry graduate student at Berkeley," he told me, fidgeting with his keys. "I keep to myself. You won't even know I'm here." He had good references and steady income from a university stipend, so I handed him the keys without much thought. For the first 4 months, James was exactly what he promised. Quiet, paid rent on time, never caused any trouble. I'd occasionally see him struggling with grocery bags or hurrying down the street with his head down. He'd give this awkward half wave and keep moving. Never invited anyone over, never made noise. The perfect tenant, really. Then Maria from 3B started calling. Maria was a middle-aged nurse who'd lived in the building for years, not the complaining type at all. "Frank, something's not right downstairs," she said the first time. "There's this chemical smell coming through my floor. It's like a mix of bleach and something burning." I checked it out, couldn't smell much in the hallway, but promised to talk to James. I knocked several times over the next few days, but never caught him. Left notes asking him to call me. Nothing. About a week later, Maria called again, more concerned. "It's getting worse, Frank. Sometimes I wake up with my eyes burning, Last night I could smell what seemed like burnt plastic. Is he even allowed to do whatever he's doing in there? After 3 weeks of this and multiple attempts to reach James, I finally used my emergency key. I'd given him proper notice, taped to his door and slid under it, but still felt that twinge of guilt landlords get when entering someone's space. Should have felt more than a twinge, looking back. The moment I unlocked his door, I knew something was off. The smell hit me first, sharp and acrid, making my eyes water. I called out his name, heard a crash from the kitchen, then rapid footsteps. James appeared in the hallway, wild-eyed. He was wearing what looked like a lab coat stained with yellow and brown splotches. His hands were gloved, and he had these strange pink marks around his hairline, like mild chemical burns. "You can't be in here," he said, blocking my path to the kitchen. "I'm in the middle of something critical." "I've been trying to reach you for weeks," I told him. "Your neighbor's complaining about chemical smells. Whatever you're doing, it's affecting other tenants." "Just a small project, perfectly safe," he mumbled, eyes darting around. "I'll be more careful with ventilation." But I could see past him into the kitchen, and what I saw sent a chill down my spine. The entire kitchen had been transformed into some kind of laboratory. The table was covered with beakers and test tubes. Bunsen burners and what looked like miniature distillation equipment occupied the counter space. Bottles of chemicals were lined up along the windowsill, their labels facing outward. Some kind of apparatus on the floor was making a low humming sound, with wires running to other equipment. "This isn't a small project," I said, gesturing to the kitchen. "This is a massive violation of your lease. You can't run a lab in a residential apartment." "It's not illegal," he insisted, his voice rising. "I'm doing important research, revolutionary work. I've managed to isolate the—" He caught himself, took a deep breath. "I just need a few more weeks. I'm close to a breakthrough." "I don't care if it's legal or illegal," I told him firmly. "It's not appropriate for this building. It's making your neighbors sick. You need to pack this stuff up and take it to your university lab where it belongs, or I'll have to start eviction proceedings." He stared at me with this look I still can't forget. Desperate, almost pleading, but with something else behind it. Pride, maybe. Or fear. "You don't understand what's at stake," he said quietly. "But fine, I'll clean it up." I left feeling uneasy, but thought I'd made my point. I called Maria to let her know I'd addressed the issue, and I actually believed James would comply. What a fool I was. A week passed, no more complaints from Maria, so I figured James had taken care of things. Then, around 10 o'clock on a Tuesday night, my phone rang. It was Maria, hysterical. "Frank, oh my God, Frank, he's screaming. Something terrible is happening." I could hear it in the background, not normal yelling, but the kind of screams that make your blood freeze. Raw, animal pain. "I called 911, Maria sobbed. "Please come quickly." I lived just 15 minutes from the building. By the time I got there, the street was lit up with the pulsing lights of police cars and an ambulance. Officers were keeping residents and curious onlookers back from the entrance. I identified myself as the owner, and a young officer escorted me to the building, but wouldn't let me inside. "Detective will want to speak with you," he said grimly. I waited on the sidewalk for nearly 3 hours, watching paramedics come and go, police taking photos, neighbors huddled together in shock. Finally, around 1 in the morning, a detective approached me. Hayes, I think his name was. Gray-haired, heavy-set guy with tired eyes. "Mr. Donahue, I understand you're the property owner." When I nodded, he continued, "I'm sorry to inform you that your tenant, James Whitaker, is deceased." Even though I'd somehow known it from the moment I arrived, hearing it confirmed hit me hard. What happened? The detective hesitated. "We're still determining the exact circumstances. There appears to have been some kind of accident involving chemicals he was working with." "I told him last week to stop whatever he was doing," I said, feeling sick. "I should have been more forceful, checked sooner." "This isn't on you," the detective assured me. "We'll need statements from you and the other tenants, and the apartment will be sealed for investigation. Once forensics is finished, someone will contact you." It took 3 days before they released the apartment back to me. The whole time, I couldn't sleep. Kept hearing those screams in my head, wondering what James had been doing in there, what had gone so wrong. When I finally got to enter 2B, I was shocked. The place had been stripped bare of all James's equipment. No beakers, no chemicals, nothing resembling the makeshift lab I'd seen just days earlier. The kitchen was empty except for standard appliances. Living room had just the basic furniture that came with the place. They took everything for evidence, I assumed aloud to myself. But when I mentioned this to Detective Hayes later, he looked confused. "We documented the scene and collected samples, but we didn't remove any equipment," he said. "Whatever was there when we arrived is what should still be there, minus a few small evidence samples." That made no sense. Where had all that equipment gone? Who had cleared it out? The only evidence of what had happened was in the bathroom. The cast iron bathtub, an original feature of the building I'd carefully restored, bore deep, black burn marks in the perfect shape of a human figure. It was like a shadow etched into the metal itself, arms and legs splayed out as if the person had been thrashing. But strangely, there were no smoke stains on the ceiling, no ash anywhere else. Just that human silhouette burned into the tub. The official conclusion was that James had been conducting some unauthorized experiment that went catastrophically wrong. They believed he had somehow caught fire and tried to extinguish himself in the bathtub, but died in the process. The chemical analysis showed traces of compounds they couldn't even identify, along with some controlled substances. I had to replace that bathtub at considerable expense. Nothing would remove those burn marks, and I couldn't in good conscience rent the place with that grim reminder. But even after replacing the tub and repainting the entire apartment, new tenants continued to complain about a lingering chemical smell they couldn't quite describe. Something that seemed to come and go, especially on humid days. About 6 months after the incident, I was replacing some wiring in the building when a young woman approached me outside. She introduced herself as James's lab partner from Berkeley. "I've been trying to find what happened to James," she explained, her voice low. "The university says he dropped out months before he died, but that's not true. He was working on an independent project they wouldn't approve." "What kind of project?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. "He called it rewriting matter," she said, looking around nervously as if someone might overhear. "He believed he could break down and reconstruct the fundamental building blocks of life, not just changing molecular structures, but actually altering the way atoms bind together." She paused, then added, "The week before he died, he told me he was close to a breakthrough. He said he'd found a way to reorganize organic matter at the subatomic level." I thought about that human shadow burned into my bathtub, and a cold feeling spread through my chest. "Did he ever mention what he planned to do with this research?" I asked. "He talked about transforming himself," she said quietly. "He had this idea that human consciousness could be preserved while completely reconstructing the physical form. Said evolution was too slow and he'd found a shortcut." After she left, I added a clause to all my rental agreements prohibiting the use of volatile chemicals or conducting experiments in the apartments. My attorney thought it was oddly specific, but I just told him it was a precaution. I didn't say it was written in blood. To this day, tenants in 2B occasionally report strange occurrences, unexplained smells, bizarre dreams, the feeling of being watched. One tenant even claimed to have seen a strange, shadowy figure in the bathroom mirror that disappeared when he turned around. I usually brush these off as urban legends that have grown around the building. But sometimes, walking past that apartment late at night, I swear I can smell that same acrid chemical odor. And sometimes, just for a split second, I think I hear a faint humming sound from inside, even when the apartment is empty between tenants. Whatever James was trying to do that night, I don't think he failed completely. I think he succeeded in ways we can't understand. And sometimes I wonder if whatever he became is still there, trapped somewhere between the atoms of that apartment, trying to find its way back to a form we would recognize as human. Story 10. I've been debating whether to share this for years. Honestly, I still get cold sweats thinking about it. This happened back in 2014, and sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear those voices again. My buddy Daniel and I were pretty experienced hikers. We'd done most of the big trails around the Pacific Northwest. Nothing crazy technical, but we weren't novices either. We'd been planning this trip to the Frank Church River of No Return Wilderness in Idaho for months. If you don't know it, it's this massive 2-million-acre expanse of just wilderness. No cell service, barely any trails in some parts, and so remote that you could walk for days without seeing another human. That was the appeal, I guess. We wanted something challenging, something that would push us. I remember joking with Daniel that we'd finally find some real solitude. Funny how quickly you can go from wanting to be alone to desperately wishing for other people around. We arrived on a Tuesday morning in late August. The weather was perfect, not too hot, low humidity. We parked at this tiny trailhead that barely had space for 3 cars. There was only one other vehicle there, an old pickup truck that looked like it hadn't moved in days. The ranger station was about 30 miles back, and we'd checked in there, left our itinerary, gotten our permits, did everything by the book. The first day was exactly what we wanted. Grueling but rewarding. The established trail was well marked for the first 8 miles or so. We made camp near a stream, filtered water, cooked some freeze-dried pasta, normal backpacking stuff. I remember feeling so damn peaceful that night, just staring up at the stars. Day 2 is when things started changing. The trail got progressively more overgrown. By mid-afternoon, we were constantly checking our GPS to make sure we were still on track. At some point, Daniel suggested we go off-trail for a bit. "Let's experience the real wilderness," he said. "The trail's barely a trail anymore anyway." I hesitated initially. Going off-trail in a place that size isn't something you do lightly. But Daniel had this way of making every adventure sound like it would be the story of a lifetime. So I agreed. We hiked for maybe 3 more hours, using our compasses and GPS occasionally. The terrain got rougher, lots of elevation changes, some scrambling required. But it was exhilarating in its own way. We were probably 15 miles from the nearest road at this point. Then we came across the bunker. I still don't know how to explain it. We were in this small clearing, surrounded by dense pine trees, and there it was, a concrete structure partially built into the side of a hill. It wasn't huge, maybe the size of a small bedroom, with what looked like a metal door. The concrete was weathered but not ancient. The first thing that hit me was the sound. It took me a second to realize what I was hearing. Metal music. Like heavy metal, faint but unmistakable, coming from inside the structure. "What the actual fuck?" Daniel whispered, moving closer. The daughter was covered in these strange symbols, not graffiti exactly, more like someone had carefully etched them into the metal. Some looked vaguely like runes or something. Others just seemed like random geometric patterns. But there was nothing random about how meticulously they'd been carved. Daniel reached for the door handle and I grabbed his arm so hard he winced. "Are you insane?" I hissed. "We have no idea what this is." He pulled back, but I could see the curiosity eating at him. It could just be some hermit's hideout or something. In the middle of 2 million acres of protected wilderness, with electricity for a sound system. I was already backing away. Something felt deeply wrong. "We need to go. Now." For once, Daniel didn't argue. We grabbed our packs and started heading back the way we came. We'd gotten maybe 100 yards when I heard voices behind us. Male voices, more than one. We froze, ducking behind a large fallen tree. 2 men emerged from the direction of the bunker. They were wearing full camouflage, not hunting gear, but tactical-looking stuff. Both had face coverings pulled up to their eyes, and both were carrying what looked like AK-style rifles. My heart was pounding so hard, I was worried they'd hear it. Daniel and I were completely still, barely breathing. The men were scanning the forest, moving methodically. One of them pointed in our direction. "I swear I heard something over here," he said. His voice wasn't particularly threatening. He sounded young, maybe in his 20s. American accent, normal, which somehow made it more terrifying. They started moving toward us. There was no way they wouldn't see us if they kept coming. Daniel and I exchanged a look. We couldn't outrun them in this terrain while carrying full packs. The men were maybe 30 feet away when one of them stopped suddenly. "There!" he shouted and raised his rifle. I don't know if they actually saw us or just movement, but it didn't matter. The other one yelled, "Stop right there, don't move." They were closing in, rifles pointed at us. I've never felt so exposed, so vulnerable. "Stand up slowly, hands where we can see them," the first man ordered. We complied. What choice did we have? "On your knees, now." We got down. I was shaking. One of the men spoke into what looked like a radio. "We found 2 of them, east of the bunker." 2 of them. What did that mean? Were they expecting someone else? "What are you doing here?" the second man demanded. Daniel tried to sound calm. "We're just hiking. We got a little lost." "Bullshit," the first man spat. "Nobody comes out this far by accident." The second man moved closer. I could see his eyes now, pale blue, intense. "Search their packs." That's when Daniel did something I still can't believe. He dropped his pack, surged to his feet, and bolted into the trees. Without thinking, I did the same. Gunfire erupted behind us. Actual gunfire. The sound was deafening in the quiet forest. I heard bark splintering off trees near us as bullets hit. "Don't kill them," one shouted. "We need them alive." Those words chilled me more than the gunshots. What did they need us for? We ran like I've never run before. The forest was dense enough that they couldn't get clear shots, but open enough that we could move fast. The adrenaline was so intense that I didn't feel the branches scratching my face or the rocks under my feet when I stumbled. Daniel was just ahead of me. We'd both left our packs behind, all our food, shelter, most of our water. But we had our smaller day packs with some basics, a little water, energy bars, multi-tools. We ran for what felt like hours, but was probably 20 minutes before stopping to listen. The forest was quiet again. No voices, no footsteps crushing underbrush. "Do you think we lost them?" Daniel whispered, his breath ragged. "For now, maybe," I said. "But they know these woods. They'll track us." "What the fuck was that? Who are they?" I shook my head. "I don't know, but we need to keep moving, away from the bunker, away from them." We pushed on, trying to move quickly but quietly. I kept thinking about what the man had said. "We need them alive." It played on repeat in my head. The sun was starting to set, which meant we had maybe an hour of light left. No tents, no sleeping bags, no proper food. I checked my day pack. I had a small first aid kit, a headlamp, a lighter, an emergency blanket, 2 protein bars, and about half a liter of water. Daniel had similar supplies plus a small water filter. It wasn't nothing, but it wasn't enough for extended survival either. We found a small stream just before dark and filled our water bottles, using Daniel's filter. Then we pressed on until it was too dark to safely navigate, even with headlamps. We made a crude shelter under some thick pines, using fallen branches and our emergency blankets. It was going to be a cold night. Neither of us mentioned how screwed we were if it rained. "We should start a fire," Daniel whispered. "Are you serious? They'd see it from miles away." He went quiet. I knew he was right about needing warmth, but the risk was too great. That first night was brutal. Every sound in the forest had us on edge. A branch breaking in the distance, an owl hooting, the wind rustling leaves. Each noise was potentially them coming for us. Neither of us slept more than minutes at a time. By morning we were exhausted, cold and scared, but still alive. We ate 1 protein bar each. We had to ration what little food we had. We needed a plan. Our GPS was in my main pack, which we'd abandoned. Daniel still had his compass, though. We figured our best bet was to head south. We knew there was a ranger station roughly 30 miles in that direction. Normally, that would be a 2-day hike on trails. Off-trail, injured, exhausted, and underfed. We were looking at 3 days minimum. We started moving as soon as there was enough light. Every few minutes, we'd stop to listen. No signs of pursuit, but that didn't mean they weren't looking. Around mid-morning, we heard a helicopter. We froze, looking up through the tree canopy, but couldn't see it. Was it looking for us? Were these people connected enough to have air support? Or was it unrelated? Maybe search and rescue for someone else? We couldn't risk it. We found an area with denser tree cover and stayed put until the sound faded. The next 3 days blend together in my memory. We foraged what we could, some berries we recognized as safe, a few edible roots. Daniel caught a fish in a stream with his bare hands, which was pretty impressive. We cooked it using the smallest fire possible, hidden under a rock overhang. We were constantly hungry. Our feet were blistered and raw, and we jumped at every sound. But worse than the physical discomfort was the psychological toll. Who were those men? What was that bunker? What did they want with us? The questions tormented us as we pushed south. On the 3rd day after our escape, we finally spotted what looked like a trail, an actual, maintained hiking trail. We nearly cried with relief. We followed it for hours, and just before sunset, we saw it, the ranger station. I've never been so happy to see a building in my life. We practically stumbled the last 100 yards. The rangers were shocked at our condition, dehydrated, starved, covered in scratches and bruises. They gave us food, water, and medical attention while we told our story. They called in the local sheriff, who took our statements. I could tell they were skeptical at first, 2 exhausted hikers with a wild tale about armed men and a mysterious bunker. But something in our eyes must have convinced them we weren't making it up. A search team went out the next day to investigate. They found our abandoned packs right where we'd left them, and they found the bunker too. But according to what they told us later, it was empty. The strange symbols were there on the door, just as we described, but no music, no people, nothing inside except some empty food containers and old camping gear. The sheriff explained that sometimes militia groups used remote wilderness areas for training exercises. He said we were lucky to have gotten away. Those types, he said, they don't take kindly to witnesses. Daniel and I were flown out of the wilderness the next day. We gave more detailed statements to the FBI, who said they'd investigate further. I followed up for months afterward, but they never found those men. It's been almost 10 years now. I still hike occasionally, but never in truly remote areas. Never anywhere I can't get cell service or reach help quickly. Daniel gave it up entirely. We don't talk about that trip much when we catch up, but I know it changed us both. Sometimes I wonder if the bunker is still there, if those men are still out there in the wilderness, if they're still looking for people who wander too far from the trails. And sometimes, late at night, I still hear those words echoing in my head. We need them alive. Story 11. I've never shared this with anyone. Even typing it now makes my hands shake. 2 months ago, I was in Blue Ridge, Georgia for work. I'm a legal assistant, and my boss had me go handle some will paperwork for an old client named Everett, who lived up in the mountains. Nothing unusual about the assignment, just a standard visit to get some signatures and make sure everything was in order for his estate planning. Everett lived alone in this small cabin about 1.5 miles into the woods. I'd been there once before last year, so I knew the trail. It was pretty straightforward. Just follow the marked path, past the big boulder that looks like a turtle, take the fork near the old fallen oak, and the cabin would be right there. Simple enough that I didn't even bother downloading a map to my phone. I arrived around 3 in the afternoon. It was early October, so the days were getting shorter, but I figured I'd have plenty of time to get in and out before dark. When I got to Everett's cabin, something felt off. Last time I visited, the place was tidy, organized. This time, newspapers covered every window from the inside. The front porch, which had been swept clean before, was littered with what looked like small bundles of herbs and twigs tied with twine. I knocked, and Everett took forever to answer. When he finally opened the door, he looked terrible, like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were bloodshot, his clothes rumpled. He kept glancing over my shoulder at the woods behind me. "You shouldn't have come today," he said, but he let me in anyway. Inside was worse than the outside. Every mirror was covered with cloth. Bundles of what I now recognized as sage hung above each door frame. None of his appliances were plugged in, not the TV, not the microwave, nothing. There was a circle of what looked like salt around his recliner. I tried to keep things professional. "I just need your signature on these papers, Mr. Everett, and then I'll be out of your hair." He barely looked at the documents as he signed them. "You need to stay until morning," he said. "It's not safe to leave now." I laughed it off. "I'm fine. I know the trail. I've got my phone flashlight if it gets dark." That's when he grabbed my arm. His grip was surprisingly strong for a man in his 70s. "Listen to me. If the woods go quiet, you stop. Don't talk. Don't run. Don't turn around. You understand me?" I nodded, just to calm him down. I figured he was having some kind of episode, maybe early dementia or something. Before I left, he pressed a small cloth pouch into my hand. It was rough burlap, tied with twine, and felt lumpy. "Keep this with you," he insisted. "What is it?" I asked. "Salt, bones, teeth." His eyes never left mine. "It'll help." I took it just to make him feel better, stuffing it in my jacket pocket. As I was leaving, he called after me one more time. "Remember what I said. If the woods go quiet, you stop everything. Don't make a sound. Don't run. And whatever you do, don't look back." I waved goodbye and set off down the trail, thinking about how I'd tell my coworkers about crazy old Everett and his superstitions. I've never been one for ghost stories or supernatural stuff. My parents raised me practical. If you can't see it, touch it, or prove it, it's probably not real. The first half-mile was completely normal. Birds chirping, squirrels rustling through fallen leaves, the occasional snap of a twig as some animal moved through the underbrush. The sun was getting lower, casting longer shadows, but I still had at least an hour of good daylight left. That's when I noticed it. The forest went completely silent. Not gradually, but all at once, like someone had pressed a mute button on the world. No birds, no insects, no rustling leaves. Nothing. I remembered what Everett had said and felt a chill run down my spine. I stopped walking. At first, I told myself I was just humoring the old man's warning. But standing there in that unnatural silence, I couldn't deny the creeping dread that was building inside me. Movement caught the corner of my eye, just a flicker of something between the trees to my right. When I turned my head, nothing was there. Then the smell hit me. It was like rotting meat, but with a sickly sweetness to it that made my stomach turn. I covered my nose with my sleeve, but it didn't help. About 20 yards ahead, through the trees, I saw something. It was tall and thin, with arms that hung down to its knees. It stood on bent legs that reminded me of a deer's, but wrong somehow. Its face. I still have nightmares about that face. Too many teeth in a mouth that stretched too wide, and eyes like burning coals. I blinked, and it was gone, just disappeared. I told myself it was a trick of the light, my mind playing games because of Everett's stupid warning. I clutched the paperwork tighter and kept walking, picking up my pace. The silence persisted, but now I could hear something else. Something moving through the woods, circling around me. It wasn't following the trail. It was moving between the trees, snapping branches, rustling leaves. Sometimes it seemed far away, other times it sounded like it was right behind me, breathing on my neck. Then it started singing. Not words, just a melody. Almost human, but not quite. The cadence was wrong, the notes held too long or cut too short. It made my skin crawl. I walked faster, trying to focus on the trail ahead. That's when I heard my name, in my own voice, but slightly wrong. The intonation was off, like someone who had heard me speak but didn't understand how words worked. "Just your imagination," I whispered to myself, immediately regretting making any sound at all. The thing in the woods repeated my whisper, word for word, but with that same wrong cadence. I focused on the path. I knew I should be at least halfway back to my car by now. Up ahead, I spotted the mile marker, a wooden post with a 1 carved into it. I recognized it from the hike-in, just half a mile to go. I kept walking, moving as quickly as I could without running. 5 minutes later, I saw another mile marker. It also had a 1 carved into it. That wasn't possible. I'd been walking in a straight line, following the trail. I should have reached the 0.5 marker. I looked back the way I'd come, and my blood went cold. The trail behind me looked nothing like what I'd just walked through. The trees were different. The ground cover was different. Even the quality of light filtering through the canopy was different. Children's laughter erupted somewhere to my left, not playful laughter, the kind that makes your skin crawl. Then whispering right in my ear, saying my name. I spun around, but no one was there. Between the trees, about 30 feet away, I saw myself. Same clothes, same hair, same face. Except for the smile. A horrible, too wide smile that showed too many teeth, and its knees bent backward. That's when I broke Everett's rule. I ran. The forest seemed to shift around me as I sprinted. Trees appeared where there hadn't been any. Roots rose up to trip me. Branches reached down to scratch at my face. The trail disappeared completely, replaced by dense underbrush that tore at my clothes and skin. The singing grew louder, joined by that childlike laughter and the sound of something large moving quickly through the woods. It was gaining on me. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw it clearly for the first time. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and impossibly thin, like a person who had been stretched. Its skin was a mottled gray-green, hanging loosely over visible bones. Its eyes were empty sockets with pinpricks of red light deep inside them. And its mouth, that horrible mouth, was stretched into a grin that split its face nearly in half, revealing row after row of needle-like teeth. I don't remember how I made it back to my car. My memories of those final minutes in the woods are fragmented, running, falling, the smell growing stronger. That thing always just behind me, always singing in that almost human voice. But I did make it out. I drove straight back to my hotel room, locked the door, and sat in the bathtub with the lights on until morning. I flew home the next day. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Who would believe me? I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, triggered by Everett's weird behavior and the isolation of the woods. But things started happening at home. I'd hear humming through the walls at night, that same eerie melody from the forest. Sometimes I'd catch movement from the corner of my eye, but nothing would be there when I turned to look. Twice now, I've heard children laughing in my house when I'm alone. Last week, I found a piece of flannel under my pillow. It had Everett's name stitched into it. I never went back to his cabin. I never collected anything from there. I called my boss to ask about Everett. He told me the old man's cabin burned down the night I visited him. They found his body inside, surrounded by a circle of salt. The official cause of death was smoke inhalation, but my boss said the coroner noted that Everett's face was frozen in an expression of absolute terror. I still have that pouch he gave me. I keep it with me at all times now. Sometimes I swear I can feel it getting warmer, especially at night when the humming starts. I don't know what that thing in the woods was. I don't know if it followed me home or if I'm losing my mind. All I know is that Everett was right, and I should have listened. If you're ever hiking in the Blue Ridge Mountains and the woods go quiet, remember what I'm telling you now. Don't speak, don't run, and whatever you do, don't look into the trees, because once it sees your face, it'll never forget it, and it will follow you home. Story 12. I've never told this story in full detail before. I've shared bits and pieces with close friends and family, but the complete account has mostly stayed locked in my head, replaying like a nightmare I can't shake. Even now, as I type this, my hands are trembling slightly. It's been over 12 years, but some traumas never fully heal. It was the summer of 2011, late July. The weather in Northern California was perfect, not too hot, with a gentle breeze that made hiking actually enjoyable. My girlfriend Holly, not her real name, and I were on a weekend trip near the Klamath River. We'd been dating for about 8 months at that point, and things were great between us. She was this incredibly vibrant person who loved the outdoors even more than I did. always pushing me to explore new trails and places. That particular day started so normally. We woke up early in our tent at the campground, made coffee on our little portable stove, and set out for what was supposed to be a 4-hour hike along one of the marked trails. The main path was pretty popular, and we'd passed maybe 15 other hikers within the first hour. Nothing about the day felt off or dangerous. That's what I still can't get over, how quickly everything changed. Around 1 in the afternoon, we reached a fork in the trail. The main path continued to the right, following the river, but there was a smaller, less maintained trail branching off to the left. Holly spotted it first and got that look in her eyes that I knew so well: curiosity and adventure. According to our map, it was just a short loop that would eventually reconnect with the main trail. "Let's check it out," she said, already veering left. "It'll be more interesting than following the crowd." I remember pausing for just a second, looking down that narrower path with its overgrown edges. For whatever reason, intuition maybe, I felt a momentary hesitation, but I brushed it off and followed her because that's what we did. We explored together. The smaller trail was peaceful at first. It climbed slightly uphill and curved away from the river, cutting through denser woods. We hadn't seen another person since leaving the main path, and there was something intimate about having the forest to ourselves. About 100 meters in, the trees opened up into a small clearing, and that's when we saw it, a log cabin. It looked old but well maintained, with smoke curling from the chimney despite the warm day. What really caught my attention was the truck parked haphazardly in front, like someone had arrived in a hurry. The driver's door was wide open, and I could see some papers scattered on the ground beside it. "Weird place for a cabin," I said, slowing my pace. "It's not even on our map." Holly shrugged. "Probably some Forest Service thing, or maybe a hunting cabin. Should we head back to the main trail?" Before I could answer, the cabin door swung open. A man stepped out, probably in his late 30s, tall and wiry, with a patchy beard and a red flannel shirt that hung loose on his frame. He raised a hand in greeting, and his smile seemed friendly enough, but something in his eyes didn't match. They darted around, never quite settling on us directly. "Hey there, folks," he called out, walking toward us. "Don't get many hikers this way. You lost?" "Just exploring," I replied, trying to sound casual. "We're heading back to the main trail now." "No rush," he said, getting closer. "Beautiful day for a hike. Where you two from?" That began the most normal 5 minutes of the entire ordeal. Just small talk that felt slightly off, but not dangerous. He asked about our trip, mentioned something about fishing in the river, commented on Holly's backpack. All the while he kept shifting his weight from foot to foot, his eyes constantly scanning the trees behind us. When we tried to politely excuse ourselves, his demeanor changed so suddenly it was like a switch had been flipped. "Actually," he said, his voice hardening, "why don't you two come inside for some coffee? I just brewed a pot." "Thanks, but we should really get going," Holly said, already taking a step backward. "We have a long drive ahead of us." His smile disappeared completely. "I insist," he said, and that's when he reached behind his back and pulled out a handgun. Just like that, our world collapsed. "Inside," he said quietly. "Now, no sudden movements." The walk from where we stood to the cabin door was maybe 15 meters, but it felt like crossing an entire desert. My mind was racing, searching for options, but with the gun trained on Holly's back, I couldn't risk anything. My legs felt wooden, disconnected from my body as I followed them inside. The cabin was a single room with basic furniture, A table with 3 chairs, a wood stove in the corner, a cot against the far wall, and shelves stacked with canned food and supplies. Papers were scattered everywhere, and there was a police scanner crackling with static on the table. The place smelled of sweat and wood smoke and something metallic that I later realized was fear. "Sit down there," he ordered, pointing to the corner farthest from the door. "Cross your legs, hands where I can see them." We did as we were told. Holly was trembling beside me, but her face showed more anger than fear. I was the opposite, terrified but trying to appear calm, thinking that maybe if I could talk to him reasonably, we might find a way out of this. "Listen, man," I started, keeping my voice level. "We don't want any trouble. We don't even know who you are. Just let us go, and we'll walk away. We won't tell anyone we saw you." He ignored me completely, moving to the window and peering out through a gap in the curtains. "They're coming," he muttered, more to himself than to us. "They'll be here soon." "Who's coming?" I asked, trying to make sense of the situation. "Maybe we can help." That's when he turned and struck me across the face with the gun. The pain was immediate and blinding. I felt the skin split above my eyebrow, and warm blood began flowing down into my eye. I heard Holly scream beside me, but couldn't focus on anything but the ringing in my head. "Shut up!" he shouted, waving the gun between us. "Just shut the fuck up and stay still." For the next hour or so, it was hard to keep track of time. We sat in silent terror while he paced the cabin, alternating between looking out different windows and fiddling with the police scanner. He never told us his name or why he was there, but it became increasingly clear that he was waiting for law enforcement to arrive. Every few minutes, he'd mutter something about them or those bastards under his breath. The cut on my face had stopped bleeding, but my left eye was swelling shut and the side of my head throbbed with each heartbeat. Holly had managed to inch closer to me and was now pressing her shoulder against mine. A small comfort in the nightmare we were living. Then we heard it, the distant thump of helicopter rotors growing steadily louder. Our captor froze, then rushed to the window facing the trail. "They're here," he said, his voice suddenly calm. "Right on time." The next few minutes were chaos. The helicopter sounds were joined by vehicle engines, and then a voice on a loudspeaker. "This is the California State Police. We have the cabin surrounded. Come out with your hands up." Our captor turned to us, a manic gleam in his eyes. "You," he said, pointing the gun at Holly. "Get up, slowly." She looked at me, absolute terror in her eyes, before standing on shaky legs. He grabbed her roughly by the arm and pulled her against his chest, the gun now pressed to her temple. "Tell them I have hostages," he shouted toward the door. "Tell them I'll kill her if they come any closer." "Please," I begged, still on the floor. "She has nothing to do with this. Let her go and take me instead." He ignored me, dragging Holly toward the window while keeping the gun firmly against her head. "I know you can hear me out there," he yelled. "I've got 2 hostages, and I'll start shooting if anyone approaches the cabin." The voice on the loudspeaker responded, but I couldn't make out the words over the blood rushing in my ears. All I could focus on was Holly's face, pale, tears streaming silently down her cheeks, but her eyes locked with mine, communicating a strength I didn't know she possessed. The standoff continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. The negotiator outside kept trying to engage our captor, who would sometimes respond with incoherent shouts about government conspiracy and "they're watching all of us." His grip on Holly never loosened, and the gun never moved from her temple. At some point, I saw movement through the window, officers in tactical gear positioning themselves around the cabin. Our captor saw it too. "Stay back!" he screamed, and then fired 2 shots through the window. The sound was deafening in the small space. Holly screamed, and I dove to the floor instinctively. When I looked up, he had pulled her away from the window and was now standing in the center of the room, his eyes wild and desperate. "You!" he said, pointing the gun at me. "Get on your knees, here!" He kicked the middle of the floor. I stood up slowly, my entire body shaking. "Please don't do this," I said, but I was already moving to where he pointed. "Kneel!" he shouted. I dropped to my knees in the center of the cabin, facing the door. Holly was sobbing now, still held firmly against him with the gun occasionally switching between pointing at her head and the back of mine. "They need to see what happens," he muttered. "They need to know I'm serious." I felt the cold metal of the gun barrel press against the back of my head. In that moment, a strange calm washed over me. I closed my eyes and thought of my parents, my sister, wondering if they'd ever know exactly what happened to me. I thought of Holly and how I'd failed to protect her. I thought absurdly of my dog at home and who would feed him if I didn't return. 3, our captor shouted, presumably counting down. 2, I held my breath. On. The world exploded. The cabin door burst open with a deafening bang, and multiple figures in black tactical gear rushed in. There were shouts, more explosions that I later learned were flashbangs, and then a series of gunshots that seemed to go on forever, but probably lasted less than 2 seconds. I felt something heavy fall across my back, knocking me forward onto my face. The coppery smell of blood filled my nostrils, but I couldn't tell if it was mine or not. Someone was screaming. Holly, I realized dimly. Then hands were on me, pulling me up and away, dragging me outside into the blinding sunlight. "Are you hit? Sir? Are you hit?" a voice was asking me, but I couldn't respond. All I could do was look around frantically for Holly. They had her too, a female officer leading her to a different vehicle. Our eyes met briefly across the clearing before we were separated. She was alive. We both were. The rest of that day passed in a blur of medical examinations, police statements, and shock. I learned that our captor had been wanted for a series of armed robberies and had shot a police officer 2 days earlier. He died at the scene from multiple gunshot wounds. The cut on my face needed 6 stitches, but otherwise, physically, Holly and I were unhurt. We drove back to Reading that night in complete silence, both of us too traumatized to even begin processing what had happened. Over the following weeks, we tried to return to normal life, but something fundamental had changed between us. We stayed together for 3 more years, but the relationship was never the same. How could it be? We'd seen each other at our most vulnerable, faced death together, and somehow survived. But the experience had changed us in ways we couldn't articulate. Holly and I broke up in 2014, but we still check in with each other occasionally. No one else truly understands what we went through that day in Syad Valley. Sometimes when the nightmares get really bad, I'll call her just to hear someone say, "I remember too. It was real, and we survived." I still hike, but never alone, and never on unmarked trails. Sometimes, when I'm in the woods and hear a helicopter in the distance, my heart rate spikes and I have to sit down until the panic passes. The physical scars have faded, but the mental ones remain as fresh as they were 12 years ago. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe I hope that putting it into words will somehow diminish its power over me. Or maybe I just need someone else to know what happened that day when a simple fork in the trail led us straight into hell. Story 13. I still get chills thinking about what happened at Big Bend last year. I've been a wildlife photographer for over 12 years, been to remote locations all over North America, and never experienced anything that shook me like this did. I'd planned the trip for months, just a solo excursion to photograph Santa Elena Canyon and hopefully catch some wildlife tracks at dawn when they're most visible. Nothing fancy, just me, my camera gear, and my converted Sprinter van. I've been living out of part-time for the past few years. I'd been fighting this annoying chest cold for about a week before leaving, but I wasn't about to postpone. Spring in West Texas is too perfect to miss. The drive to Big Bend was uneventful. I remember singing along to old Tom Petty songs, windows down despite my cold, watching the landscape slowly transform from hill country to desert. I pulled into the park around 2 in the afternoon. The visitor center was packed with spring break tourists, so I just flashed my annual pass and grabbed a map, not wanting to deal with the crowds. I stopped briefly to check in with a ranger about trail conditions. She was friendly enough, probably in her 50s, with deep smile lines and the leathery skin of someone who'd spent decades in the desert sun. While highlighting the Santa Elena Trail on my map, she mentioned they'd had unusual wildlife activity recently. "The cats have been bolder this season," she said, not looking up from the map. "Probably the drought. Stay alert, especially if you're camping alone." I nodded politely, but honestly, I barely registered the warning. Rangers always warn about wildlife. It's literally their job. I thanked her and headed out, eager to reach the trailhead before the best afternoon light disappeared. The drive to Santa Elena Canyon takes you through this incredible open desert landscape with the Chisos Mountains looming in the distance. Usually, I find this drive peaceful, but something felt off that day. The park was strangely empty for spring break season. I passed maybe 2 other vehicles in 40 minutes of driving. I pulled into the small parking area near the canyon trailhead around 4 in the afternoon. Only one other car there, a dusty Subaru with Colorado plates. The temperature was dropping as the sun lowered, probably in the mid-70s, perfect hiking weather. I grabbed my day pack with my Canon EOS R5, a couple of lenses, water, and some trail mix. Basic stuff. The moment I closed my van door, the silence hit me. It wasn't just quiet. It was an absence of sound that felt physical, like pressure against my eardrums. No birds, no insects, nothing but the occasional whisper of wind moving through the canyon. I've been in remote places before, but this was different. It made breathing feel intrusive, like I was disturbing something. I remember checking my phone, no service of course, and feeling a momentary urge to get back in my van and drive to a more populated area of the park. Instead, I shrugged it off as nerves from being sick and started down the trail. The path to Santa Elena Canyon is relatively easy, mostly flat until you reach the actual canyon entrance. The Rio Grande runs along the trail, separating the U.S. from Mexico, though it's pretty shallow in most spots. I was walking slowly, stopping occasionally to photograph the late afternoon light on the limestone walls ahead of me. That's when I first noticed something wasn't right. My footsteps sounded wrong, like they were echoing slightly but out of sync, as if another set of feet was landing a split second after mine. I stopped. The phantom footsteps stopped too. Just my imagination, I told myself. The cold medicine I'd taken earlier was making me paranoid. I continued walking, but now I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see another hiker, but there was never anyone there. Just the empty trail stretching back toward the parking lot, the desert scrub swaying slightly in the breeze. As I approached the mouth of the canyon, where the trail crosses a small tributary. Before climbing up some steps cut into the rock, I spotted movement across the Rio Grande on the Mexican side. At first, I thought it was just the wind moving the brush, but then I saw it clearly, a mountain lion. Now, I've photographed mountain lions before. I've spent weeks tracking them in Colorado and California, but this cat was massive, easily over 200 pounds, maybe more. Its tawny fur almost glowed in the late afternoon sun. For a moment, I forgot my unease and reached for my camera, switching to my telephoto lens. Through the viewfinder, I watched as the cat moved with this fluid, effortless grace along the riverbank. It was stalking something in the brush that I couldn't see. I started clicking away, getting some decent shots despite my slightly shaking hands. Then, without warning, the mountain lion stopped and turned its head directly toward me. Through my lens, I could see its eyes with perfect clarity. Amber with hints of green, intelligent and calculating. We locked gazes, and my entire body went cold. I've had wildlife look at me before while photographing. Usually they notice you and then continue about their business or move away. This was different. This cat was evaluating me. I could almost see the thought process behind those eyes, measuring the distance between us, considering whether I was worth the trouble of crossing the shallow river. I slowly lowered my camera. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I knew better. You never run from a predator. I stood perfectly still, my heart hammering so hard I was certain the cat could hear it across the water. For what felt like an eternity but was probably only 30 seconds, we stared at each other. Then, almost casually, the mountain lion turned away and continued moving along the riverbank, eventually disappearing into the brush. My legs nearly buckled. I remember leaning against a boulder, suddenly aware that I'd been holding my breath. My hands were trembling and I felt dizzy, partly from the encounter, partly from my illness. I should have turned back right then. In hindsight, that would have been the smart move, but I'd come all this way, and the photographer in me rationalized that the cat was gone, on the other side of the river, and probably wanted nothing to do with me. So I continued up the trail into the canyon. The temperature dropped immediately in the shadow of those massive walls. The canyon is spectacular, sheer limestone rising hundreds of feet on either side, the river flowing between them. But I couldn't enjoy it. Every sound, water dripping from seeps in the rock, small stones shifting under my boots, made me flinch. I took a few half-hearted photos, but my heart wasn't in it. Those eyes kept flashing in my mind. I made it about half a mile into the canyon before deciding to turn back. The light was fading, and the thought of being in there after dark was unbearable. I hurried back down the trail, constantly scanning both sides of the river, camera forgotten at my side. By the time I reached my van, the sun was setting and the temperature had dropped into the 60s. The Subaru was gone. I was completely alone. I had planned to stay at one of the primitive roadside campsites near the canyon, and despite my unease, I decided to stick with that plan. The alternative was driving over an hour in the dark to the main campground. I found a site about 15 minutes from the trailhead, just a cleared area with a fire ring and a small metal food storage box to keep critters out. After setting up my simple camp stove on the fold-out table in my van, I made some instant ramen, more because I needed something hot than from actual hunger. My cold symptoms were getting worse, congested chest, sore throat, and now chills that I couldn't entirely attribute to fear. I dug through my toiletry bag and found a small bottle of NyQuil I'd thrown in at the last minute. I measured out a dose, swallowed it down, and crawled into my sleeping bag in the back of the van, making sure all the doors were locked. I must have fallen asleep quickly because of the medicine, but what came next is where things get difficult to explain. I woke up, or thought I woke up, to the sound of something scraping against the side of my van. Not the random tapping of a branch, but deliberate, like claws slowly dragging across the metal. I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, eyes wide open in the pitch darkness. The scraping continued, moving from the back of the van toward the side door. Then it stopped. I heard nothing for several seconds, and I remember thinking maybe I'd dreamed it, that the NyQuil was just giving me vivid nightmares. Then came the breathing, deep, rhythmic breathing, right outside my window. I could actually see the condensation forming on the glass with each exhale. The logical part of my brain was screaming that this wasn't possible. Mountain lions don't stalk vehicles. They don't breathe hot air onto windows like something from a horror movie. But the primal part of my brain, the part that knows when death is close, believed every second of it. I don't know how long I lay there, unable to move, barely breathing. Eventually, I must have slipped back into a feverish sleep, because the next thing I remember is jolting awake, shouting something incoherent. My van was filled with dim pre-dawn light. I was drenched in sweat, my sleeping bag twisted around my legs like I'd been thrashing. A sharp knock on my window nearly stopped my heart. I scrambled up to see an older man in a North Face jacket standing outside, concern etched on his weathered face. "You okay in there?" he called through the glass. Heard yelling. I cracked the door, embarrassed. "Sorry, bad dream. I'm fighting a cold." He nodded, seemingly relieved it wasn't something worse. "Thought maybe you'd seen the cat." That got my attention. "What cat?" "Big mountain lion. Rangers have been warning everyone. Apparently, it's been stalking campers all month. Unusually large, they say." He shrugged. "Anyway, just wanted to make sure you weren't being murdered or something. Have a good one." Before I could ask more questions, he walked back to his campsite about 50 yards away, where I could see a small tent and a jeep I hadn't noticed the night before. As soon as he left, I practically fell out of the van, frantically checking the area around my vehicle for tracks. The ground was mostly hard-packed dirt and rock, not great for leaving prints, but near some softer soil by a cluster of rocks, I found something that made my blood freeze. Indistinct impressions that could have been large paw prints, not clear enough to photograph or even to convince myself completely, but enough to make me throw my gear haphazardly into the van and get the hell out of there. I drove straight out of the park, stopping only briefly at a gas station in Terlingua for coffee and fuel. I couldn't shake the image of those amber eyes, calculating and alien, yet disturbingly intelligent. That was 8 months ago. I've told myself repeatedly that what happened after dark was just a fever dream from the combination of NyQuil, my respiratory infection, and the stress of the encounter earlier that day. The rational explanation is that I hallucinated the whole thing. But I haven't been back to Big Bend. I haven't been able to photograph mountain lions since then. When I'm out in the field and the light starts to fade, I pack up immediately. And sometimes, just before falling asleep, I swear I can hear the slow scrape of claws against metal and feel eyes watching me through the darkness. Story 14. I'm still struggling to make sense of what happened last weekend. I've been a park ranger at Silver Fall Regional Park for almost 6 years now. I know these woods like the back of my hand. Every trail, creek, and animal den for miles. Nothing's ever made me question my understanding of the natural world until that day. It was supposed to be one of those perfect days off. I woke up before my alarm around 5:30. with that rare feeling of being completely refreshed. Outside, the sky was just starting to lighten. Elise was still asleep next to me, her dark hair spread across the pillow. I slipped out of bed, careful not to wake her, and started the coffee. Luna, our 3-year-old German Shepherd mix, followed me to the kitchen, her nails clicking softly on the hardwood. She knew we were going hiking. I swear that dog can read minds. She had that excited energy circling around my legs while I packed our day packs. Water bottles, trail mix, first aid kit, extra leash for Luna. The usual stuff. By 7, we were loading up the car. Elise was quieter than usual, still waking up, sipping her coffee from the travel mug. Luna, on the other hand, was beside herself with excitement, pacing in the back seat, her tail thumping against the window. The weather couldn't have been more perfect. Clear blue skies, about 65 degrees, just enough chill in the morning air to make hiking comfortable. Even though I work at Silverfall, I rarely get to enjoy it like a regular visitor. My days are filled with trail maintenance, helping lost hikers, and endless paperwork. So having a day to just explore with my family felt special. I remember turning to Elise as we pulled into the parking lot, saying something about how this was going to be a day to remember. I had no idea how right I was going to be. The main area of the park was already filling up despite the early hour. Silver Fall's quite popular, especially the lower section where the waterfall dumps into a swimming hole. Families were setting up picnic blankets, kids throwing bread to ducks despite the signs asking them not to. The waterfall itself was stunning that day, the morning light catching in the mist and creating these perfect little rainbows. We walked past the crowded area, Luna pulling excitedly on her leash. She loves water, and normally I'd let her splash around in the swimming hole, but it was too crowded. Instead, I suggested we take the upper trail that circles around the top of the waterfall and goes deeper into the forest. It's a less traveled path, steeper and narrower, but the views are worth it, and I figured it would be quieter. As we started climbing, I felt that familiar sense of peace I always get in the woods. The trail switchbacked up through old-growth forest, massive Douglas firs and cedars creating a cathedral-like feeling. I was pointing out different plants to Elise, salmonberry bushes, sword ferns, trillium flowers just starting to bloom. Luna was in her element, nose to the ground, tail wagging constantly. This is what I love about the wilderness, how alive everything feels. The first weird thing I noticed was how quickly the sounds of the other visitors faded. Usually you can hear the waterfall for a good mile or so up this trail, but the roar dimmed faster than it should have. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe the wind had shifted or something. About 45 minutes into the hike, I realized the forest had changed. The trees seemed closer together, the undergrowth thicker. The trail was still clearly visible, but it felt narrower somehow. The sunlight that had been streaming through the canopy earlier now only came through in thin beams, creating weird spotlights on the forest floor. I remember checking my watch. It was just after 9. We'd climbed about 800 feet in elevation, nothing extreme. I'd hiked this same trail dozens of times before, but something felt different. The air was heavier, almost pressurized, like right before a thunderstorm. That's when I realized I couldn't hear any birds. None. Not a single chirp or call or flutter of wings. In all my years as a ranger, I've never experienced a forest this silent. There's always something. Woodpeckers hammering, jays squawking, the constant background chatter of chickadees and wrens. But there was nothing, just the sound of our breathing and footsteps on the trail. I was about to mention this to Elise when Luna suddenly stopped walking. She just froze, mid-step, like someone had hit a pause button. Her ears were forward, her body rigid. At first I thought maybe she'd spotted a deer or a rabbit. She's always alert to wildlife, but this was different. Her hackles rose and a low, involuntary whine escaped her throat. "What is it, girl?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light, but I already felt the first icy finger of fear tracing down my spine. Luna started trembling, not the excited shake she gets when she sees a squirrel, but a full-body tremble. Her eyes were fixed on something ahead on the trail, something beyond the bend about 30 yards ahead of us. I strained to see what had spooked her, but the trail curved around a large boulder, blocking our view. Elise gripped my arm. "Maya, what's wrong with her?" she whispered. The fact that she was whispering told me she felt it too, this sudden, inexplicable wrongness in the air. I tried to tug Luna forward, thinking maybe we could see what was around the bend, but she locked her legs and refused to move. I've never seen her like that before. Luna's a brave dog. She's faced down angry raccoons and stood her ground when we encountered a black bear last year. But this time she was terrified. The silence around us seemed to deepen, like the forest itself was holding its breath. That's the best way I can describe it. A waiting silence, the kind that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Luna started backing up, pulling so hard on her leash that I worried she might slip her collar. Her eyes never left that spot ahead of us. She let out another whine, this one higher pitched and desperate. "Maybe we should turn around," Elise suggested, her voice still hushed. Part of me, the ranger part I guess, wanted to investigate. If there was something dangerous on the trail, I should know about it. But another part, some primitive instinct buried deep in my brain, was screaming at me to listen to my dog. That's when I noticed how cold it had gotten. The temperature seemed to drop at least 10 degrees in the span of minutes. I could see my breath now, little puffs of vapor in the suddenly frigid air. It was May, for God's sake. The Pacific Northwest gets chilly, but not like this, not so suddenly. We stood frozen like that for maybe 30 seconds, though it felt much longer. The silence was so complete, it felt physical, pressing against my eardrums. There was no wind, no rustling leaves, no distant waterfall, nothing. Then Luna made the decision for us. She yanked backward with such force that I stumbled, nearly losing my grip on the leash. She turned and started pulling us back down the trail, her nails scrabbling on the dirt path, her body language screaming panic. We didn't argue. We turned and followed her, moving quickly but trying not to run. Something told me that running would be bad, like it might trigger a chase response in whatever was back there. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something emerging from around that bend, but the trail behind us remained empty. Luna didn't slow down. She practically dragged us down that hillside, taking the switchback so fast I worried one of us would trip and fall. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The weird thing is, we never heard anything following us. No footsteps, no breaking branches, just that unnatural silence. Only when we started hearing the waterfall again did Luna's pace slow slightly. As we descended further, I began noticing bird sounds returning. First, just one distant call, then gradually more. The temperature rose back to normal. Sunlight filtered through the trees like it should. When we finally reached the bottom of the trail and saw other hikers, the relief was overwhelming. Luna's posture changed immediately. Her tail came untucked, her ears relaxed. She was still panting heavily, but the terror had left her body. We sat down on a bench near the swimming hole. all three of us shaking with leftover adrenaline. Families splashed in the water, kids laughed, everything was completely normal. The contrast between what we'd just experienced and this scene of ordinary happiness was jarring. "What the hell was that?" Elise finally asked, her voice still unsteady. I didn't have an answer. I still don't. In all my years as a ranger, I've never experienced anything like it. We never saw anything, never heard anything specific. Just that silence, that cold, and the absolute certainty radiating from Luna that something was very, very wrong. I reported the incident when I went back to work on Monday, keeping it professional, mentioned the unusual silence, the temperature drop, and Luna's reaction. My supervisor suggested maybe there had been a mountain lion or bear that Luna sensed, but we couldn't see. A reasonable explanation, except I've seen Luna around both before, and her reaction was completely different. What bothers me most is that I still have to work in those woods every day. I've been back up that same trail twice now as part of my regular patrol route. Everything's been normal, birds singing, normal temperatures, no sense of anything wrong, but I find myself listening for that silence, watching for that moment when the forest seems to hold its breath. I keep Luna with me on patrol now. She's been fine, showing no hesitation on any of the trails. But neither of us has gone back to that specific section where she froze. Maybe I'm being irrational, but I can't shake the feeling that we narrowly avoided something that day. Something that only Luna could sense. I've been a scientific person all my life. I don't believe in the supernatural or monsters in the woods. But I do believe that animals sense things we can't. And whatever Luna sensed that day in the silent forest was real enough to terrify her completely. Sometimes at night, I still hear that silence in my dreams. Not just an absence of sound, but something alive and waiting. And I wake up wondering what would have happened if we'd continued around that bend in the trail. Story 15. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but it's been eating away at me for over 30 years now, and I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or can make sense of what happened that day. Back in '89, I was working as a landlord in the East Village. Not the gentrified hipster paradise it is today. This was old school New York, the gritty, dangerous version. I managed about 6 buildings, all walk-ups, all falling apart. The rent was cheap, and the tenants knew better than to complain too much. Most of them were artists, musicians, junkies, or people just trying to get by in a city that was eating them alive. One of my buildings was this 4-story walk-up on East 7th Street. Nothing special. Crumbling brick facade, narrow hallways that smelled like piss and cabbage. Those tiny apartments with bathtubs in the kitchen. Among the tenants was this guy named Albert Russo. Must have been in his 60s, lived in apartment 4 on the 2nd floor. Quiet guy, kept to himself. The perfect tenant, really. Always paid his rent on time, in cash, never caused any problems. I didn't know much about him. He'd been there for about 3 years when everything went down. He was thin, always wore these worn-out button-up shirts with the sleeves rolled up, even in winter. Had these thick glasses that made his eyes look huge. The few times I'd talked to him, he was polite but brief. No small talk. He'd just nod, hand me the rent money in this little brown envelope, and close the door. It was July 12th, one of those brutal New York summer days where the heat bounces off the pavement and the humidity makes it feel like you're breathing through a wet towel. I remember because I was bitching to myself about my truck's broken AC while driving to collect late rent from a couple of tenants. My pager went off around 2 in the afternoon. I had to find a payphone to call back. It was some woman named Clara who said she was Albert Russo's niece. She sounded worried, said she hadn't been able to reach her uncle for a few weeks. No answer on his phone. I figured he was probably just away somewhere, but she insisted something was wrong. "He always calls me on Sundays," she kept saying. "Every Sunday for years. He wouldn't just stop." She wanted me to let her into his apartment to check on him. Normally, I wouldn't do that kind of thing, legal issues and all, but something in her voice made me agree. Maybe it was the heat making me soft. We arranged to meet at the building at 4 that afternoon. When I pulled up, this woman was already waiting outside. Mid-30s, sensible clothes, hair pulled back in a ponytail. She had these big brown eyes that reminded me of a scared animal. She introduced herself as Clara, shook my hand with a grip that was surprisingly firm. "Thank you for coming," she said. "I've been so worried." We headed up the narrow staircase. The building was quiet, except for someone's TV blaring through thin walls. As we approached apartment 4, I noticed something I hadn't picked up on before. A faint smell. Not the usual building smells of cooking and garbage, but something off, like meat left out too long. I knocked on Albert's door, hard, 3 times. "Mr. Russo? It's Tony, your landlord." Nothing. I knocked again, louder. "Mr. Russo, your niece is here to see you." Still nothing. Clara was shifting from foot to foot behind me. "Please, can you open it?" she asked. I dug through my massive key ring until I found the right one. The moment I turned the key in the lock, that smell hit us like a truck. It was the kind of stench that has weight to it, that makes your stomach curl up and your throat close. Clara gagged behind me, and I nearly did too. "Jesus Christ," I muttered, covering my nose with my shirt. "Something died in here." I pushed the door open, and it was like the smell had been waiting for us, rushing out into the hallway. The apartment was dark, all the curtains drawn despite the summer heat. Once my eyes adjusted, I could make out the mess. Garbage bags piled in corners, empty food containers on every surface, flies buzzing everywhere. "Uncle Albert?" Clara called out weakly, still standing in the doorway. I took a few steps in, trying to breathe through my mouth. The small living room was cluttered, but empty of people. The kitchenette was filthy, dishes piled in the sink, something that might have been soup congealed in a pot on the stove. Then I noticed the bedroom door was closed. I looked back at Clara, who nodded for me to go ahead. I pushed the door open, and that's when the smell became unbearable. I gagged, bile rising in my throat. In the dim light filtering through drawn curtains, I could make out a shape on the bed. A human shape under a stained sheet. Not moving. "Mr. Russo?" I called out, but I already knew there wouldn't be an answer. I approached the bed slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. I reached out and grabbed the edge of the sheet. For a second I hesitated, some instinct warning me not to look, but I pulled it back anyway. What I saw, it still haunts me. It looked human-shaped, but the skin was wrong, bloated and splitting open in places, with flies pouring out of the cracks. The face was the worst part. The eyes were just gone, empty black pits staring at nothing. The mouth was open in what looked like a silent scream, teeth exposed where the lips had shriveled away. Clara screamed behind me, a real scream, from deep in her gut. I dropped the sheet and stumbled backward, knocking into a bedside table. Something fell and shattered. Clara was already running, her footsteps pounding down the stairs. I couldn't blame her. I backed out of the room, fumbling for the cell phone in my pocket. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's calm voice felt surreal. "There's a body," I managed to say, "in one of my apartments. A tenant. He's been dead a while." I gave them the address and apartment number, then went outside to wait. I couldn't stay in that building with that smell and those empty eye sockets haunting me. Clara was nowhere to be seen. She'd bolted, and again I couldn't blame her. The police arrived in about 10 minutes, followed by an ambulance. I led them upstairs, warning them about what they were about to see. 2 officers went in while I waited in the hallway, watching as they covered their noses and moved cautiously through the apartment. What happened next is what turns this from just a sad, gruesome story into something I still can't wrap my head around. One of the officers came out, looking confused rather than horrified. "Sir, are you sure about what you saw?" "Of course I'm sure," I said. "The body's right there on the bed." He shook his head. "You better come see this." I didn't want to go back in, but I followed him anyway. In the bedroom, another officer and a paramedic were standing over the bed. The sheet had been pulled all the way back. What lay on the bed wasn't Albert Rousseau. It wasn't even human. It was a collage of death, a grotesque arrangement of animal corpses, all in various states of decay, stitched and wired together to form a human shape. I could make out pigeons, rats, what looked like a raccoon for the torso. Small bones, squirrels maybe, formed the fingers. The face was the worst part. A cat's head, split open and hollowed out where the eyes should be, with what looked like a bird's beak somehow, attached where the mouth should be. I threw up right there on Albert's carpet. The officers didn't even seem to notice. "What the fuck is this?" I gasped when I could speak again. The paramedic shook his head. "Never seen anything like it." The police searched the entire apartment. No sign of Albert Rousseau, just this grotesque creation on his bed and the apartment full of trash. They found notebooks filled with drawings, detailed sketches of human anatomy mixed with animal parts, pages of writing in what looked like some kind of code or maybe another language altogether. In the bathroom they found tools, surgical instruments, fishing line, wire, needles. A freezer chest plugged in beside the toilet, filled with more animal parts. Some fresh, some preserved in jars of liquid. They questioned me for hours. About Albert, about Clara. I told them everything I knew, which wasn't much. When they asked for Clara's contact information, I realized I didn't have it. She'd never given me her number or address. She'd contacted me and then vanished. The police put out a search for both Albert and Clara, but as far as I know, neither was ever found. The case made the local papers for a few days. East Village apartment of horrors. But this was New York in the 80s. Weird shit happened all the time, and soon enough, everyone moved on to the next horror show. I kept that building for another year before selling it along with my other properties. I couldn't handle going there anymore, walking past apartment 4, remembering what I'd found. Sometimes I'd dream about that thing on the bed, the hollow eyes, the splitting skin with flies pouring out. In my dreams, it would sit up and speak to me in Albert's voice. The thing that bothers me most, all these years later, is Clara. Why contact the landlord first instead of the police? Why run away? And that look in her eyes when I first met her, not just worried, but frightened, like she knew what we might find. Sometimes I wonder if she knew about her uncle's hobby, or if she was even his niece at all. Maybe she was something else entirely, something connected to whatever Albert Rousseau really was. I've tried to find her over the years, checked phone books, later searched online. Nothing. No Clara Rousseau in New York or the surrounding states. It's like she appeared just long enough to lead me to that apartment, then vanished back into whatever darkness she came from. I'm 62 now, and I still wake up some nights, covered in sweat, the image of that thing on the bed still vivid in my mind. I still wonder what happened to the real Albert Russo. Was he the creator of that monstrosity, or somehow its victim? I'll never know. But I keep looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see a woman with big brown eyes watching me from a distance, waiting to lead me to another apartment, another door I should never open. Story 16. I still can't shake what happened that Black Friday back in 2000. I was 22 then, working at GameStop in Ridgemont Mall to help pay my way through community college. I'd been there about 8 months, nothing special, just selling games, helping customers, the usual retail stuff. Black Friday was always insane for us. New console releases, game deals, lines out the door before sunrise. Management had us come in at 3:30 in the morning to prep for the 5 a.m. opening. I didn't mind the extra hours since the holiday pay was decent. That morning was freezing, maybe 30 degrees, with this bitter wind that cut right through my jacket. I remember pulling into the nearly empty mall parking lot at 3:15, seeing only a few other employee cars scattered around. The sky was pitch black, and the lot had these dim yellow lights that barely lit anything. I parked close to the employee entrance, grabbed my thermos of coffee, and headed in. Our manager, Dave, was already inside setting up the doorbuster display. He assigned me and this other guy, Kyle, to manage the line outside. Kyle would handle the barriers and crowd control while I'd be at the door, letting people in gradually once we opened. Basic stuff we'd done before. By 4:30, a decent line had formed. Maybe 40 people bundled up in winter coats, stomping their feet to stay warm. Nothing unusual there. I was checking the queue, making sure no one was getting rowdy, when I first noticed him. About halfway down the line stood this tall, thin guy. He must have been at least 6'4", wearing a dark coat that hung loose on his frame. But what caught my attention was his face, or rather, the mask covering it. It wasn't a ski mask or anything winter-related. It was a full-face white mask, completely blank, with just small eye holes, no expression, no features, nothing. Just smooth white plastic. In the dim pre-dawn light, it looked especially unsettling. I remember thinking it was weird, but not alarming. People wear strange things for attention sometimes, especially on Black Friday. Maybe he thought it was funny or wanted to stand out on the local news if they came by. I didn't say anything to him, not my business how people dress. As 5 a.m. approached, Kyle and I got into position. Dave unlocked the doors and we started letting people in, 5 at a time to prevent a rush. Everyone was orderly, excited to get their hands on the deals. When the masked guy's turn came, about 20 minutes after opening, something strange happened. He just didn't move. The people behind him looked confused, then annoyed. One guy asked, "You going in or what?" But the masked man remained completely still. After a few awkward seconds, the people behind started walking around him. He made no attempt to stop them, just stood there, facing the store entrance. I called out to him, "Sir, you can go in now." Nothing. No response, no movement. Just that blank mask staring toward the entrance. I tried again. "Sir, are you waiting for someone?" Still nothing. Kyle noticed and came over. "What's his deal?" he whispered. "No idea," I said. "He won't respond." Kyle tried next, walking right up to him. "Hey buddy, everything okay? Store's open now." The masked man remained perfectly still. It was like talking to a statue. Kyle shrugged at me and went back to the barriers. We decided to just leave him alone. As long as he wasn't causing problems, it wasn't worth escalating. For the next hour, I kept watching him between letting groups in. He never moved, not once. Didn't shift his weight, didn't check his phone, didn't look around. Just stood in the same position, that white mask facing forward. People continued to walk around him, some giving him strange looks, others completely ignoring him. The weirdest part was how unnaturally still he remained. Even when standing in one place, people fidget, shuffle their feet, check their phones. This guy was absolutely motionless. I started feeling uneasy, like something was seriously off about the situation. By 6 a.m., the initial rush had died down. The line was gone except for him. Kyle and I were called back inside to help with the store chaos, so we packed up the barriers. I gave one last look at the masked man, still standing there, and went inside. The morning was hectic, ringing up customers, restocking shelves, answering questions about which games worked with which systems. The usual Black Friday madness. For a while, I completely forgot about the masked guy outside. Around 9, I was working the register when I happened to glance toward the front windows. My stomach dropped. He was there, standing just outside the glass, the blank mask now pressed against the window, watching the inside of the store. The way he was positioned, it seemed like he was looking directly at me. I nudged my co-worker, Amber. "See that guy outside, in the mask?" She looked up from the game case she was organizing. "What guy?" I pointed, but when I looked back, he was gone. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. There was a guy in a white mask staring in here. "Probably just some weirdo," she said, going back to organizing. "Lots of strange people out on Black Friday." I tried to brush it off, but I was rattled. I kept glancing at the windows while working, half expecting to see him again. An hour later, I went on break and stepped outside to call my girlfriend. That's when I saw him again. He was standing across the walkway near the entrance to JCPenney, that featureless mask still facing directly toward GameStop, facing me. I quickly went back inside, my break forgotten. I told Dave about the guy, how he'd been standing outside since before opening and was now watching the store hours later. "Is he bothering customers?" Dave asked. "No, he's just standing there, watching." "Well, we can't do anything unless he's causing a disturbance," Dave said. "If he comes in and acts weird, we'll call security." The rest of my shift was unsettling. Every time I looked up, I expected to see that blank white face staring in at me. Sometimes he was there, sometimes not. He'd move positions, one moment by the fountain in the center of the mall, the next near the food court, but always watching our store, always facing my direction. By 2 p.m., my shift was ending. I was exhausted from the early start and on edge from being watched all day. I grabbed my jacket from the back room and clocked out. As I walked through the mall toward the exit, I kept looking around, half expecting to see him following me. But there was no sign of the masked man. I pushed through the mall doors into the parking lot, feeling relieved to be in the open air. The day had warmed up a bit, though the sky was overcast and gray now. I headed toward my car, keys in hand, trying to shake off the weird feeling that had haunted me all morning. That's when I heard it, a slight rustling from the decorative bushes along the walkway to my right. I turned just in time to see him rise up from behind the landscaping, the masked man standing to his full height, the blank white face tilted slightly as he stared directly at me. He'd been crouching there waiting. My blood went cold. There was something so wrong about his posture, too rigid, too precise. He stood maybe 15 feet away, perfectly still again, just watching me. I could see now that his hands were bare despite the cold, unnaturally pale and thin. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice shaking more than I wanted it to. No response, not even a twitch. "I'm going to call security," I said, pulling out my cell phone. He took one step forward, just one, deliberate and mechanical, then stopped again. That was enough for me. I turned and ran the remaining distance to my car, fumbling with my keys. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting him to chase me, but he just stood there, watching me flee. I finally got my door open, jumped in, and locked it immediately. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I started the car and peeled out of the parking spot, driving way too fast through the lot. In my rearview mirror, I could see the masked figure still standing in the same spot, that blank face following my car until I turned the corner. I drove straight home, constantly checking my mirrors to make sure I wasn't being followed. I called the mall security when I got home and reported what happened. They took my information, but didn't seem particularly concerned. "Probably just some guy trying to scare people," the officer said. "But here's the thing, I've worked retail for years. I've seen people act weird, seen pranks, seen people trying to get attention. This was different. It wasn't about causing a scene or getting a reaction. There was something calculating about it, the way he picked me out specifically, the way he waited for hours, patient and unmoving, the way he hid in those bushes, timing it perfectly for when I walked past. I quit that GameStop job the following week, told them I needed to focus on school. The truth was, I couldn't handle going back to that mall, constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if I'd see that blank white mask staring at me again. It's been over 20 years now, and I still think about it sometimes. I never saw him again, never figured out who he was or what he wanted. Maybe it was just some disturbed person with nothing better to do on Black Friday. But sometimes I wonder, what if I had left later that day? What if I'd taken a different route to my car? What would have happened if he'd gotten closer than those 15 feet? I'll never know what his intentions were that day. But the image of that tall, thin figure rising from the bushes, that expressionless white mask tilted slightly as he watched me, that's something I'll never forget. Story 17. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me last year. I was driving cross-country from Florida to New Mexico for a new job opportunity. Being fresh out of college with student loans hanging over my head, I was trying to save money wherever I could. That's why when I saw the Hotel de Ville advertised on this travel app for just $20 a night, it seemed like a no-brainer. It was around 11 at night when I pulled into the parking lot outside Shreveport, Louisiana. I was exhausted after driving for almost 12 hours straight. The hotel looked older than the pictures online suggested, kind of run down actually, with this dim yellow lighting that made the whole place look jaundiced. But hey, it was just for one night, and I figured I'd be back on the road by morning. The parking lot was nearly empty. I only counted 3 other cars. For a hotel with at least 40 rooms based on the size of the building, that struck me as weird, but I brushed it off thinking maybe it was just the middle of the week or something. The lobby had this musty smell, like old carpet that had been cleaned too many times but never replaced. The guy at the front desk barely looked up when I walked in. He was youngish, maybe late 20s, with this blank expression that didn't change even when I said hello. There was something off about his eyes, like they were looking through me rather than at me. "Just you?" he asked, not even bothering to type anything into the computer in front of him. I nodded, already feeling uncomfortable but chalking it up to being tired and stressed from the long drive. $20, cash only, he said. That was another red flag I ignored. The app had said I could pay with a card, but I had enough cash on me, so I didn't make a fuss. He handed me an actual physical key, not a key card, for room 113. "Are there many other guests tonight?" I asked, trying to make conversation. "Not tonight," he replied, then went back to staring at his phone. Walking down the hallway to my room felt eerie. The carpet was this worn burgundy color with stains I didn't want to think about. Every few steps, a fluorescent light buzzed overhead, some of them flickering. The silence was the worst part. I couldn't hear a TV or voices from any of the other rooms, just complete stillness. Room 113 was at the very end of the hallway. The key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it for nearly a minute before the door finally opened. The room itself was basic. Queen bed with a faded floral comforter, a small desk, an old TV that probably still had a VCR attached to it, and a bathroom that had seen better days. I did my usual hotel room check, making sure the sheets looked clean, checking for bed bugs, a habit I picked up after a bad experience in a Miami hostel, testing the shower pressure. Everything seemed functional, if dated. The room was cold though, so I cranked up the heater, which rattled to life with a concerning metallic groan. Too tired to worry about it, I decided to take a quick shower before bed. The bathroom was small, with those cheap plastic shower curtains that always make me feel like I'm in a horror movie. The water pressure was weak, and it took forever to get hot, but I was just grateful to wash off the road grime. It was while drying off that I first noticed something wasn't right. I went to throw my used towel in the small trash can by the sink, and that's when I saw it. Scratched into the plastic liner of the trash can was the word Traffico. I stared at it for a moment, not immediately understanding. It looked like it had been done with a fingernail or maybe a hairpin, something sharp but not a knife. My first thought was that it was just random vandalism. People scratch weird stuff into hotel furniture all the time, right? But something about seeing that word, not in English, made my skin crawl. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself I was being paranoid after too many true crime podcasts during my drive. I got dressed in my pajamas and started organizing my things for an early departure the next morning. That's when I found the second thing. I was looking for my phone charger and opened the drawer of the bedside table. Inside was a hairdryer, old and yellowed with age. When I lifted it up to see if my charger had somehow fallen behind it, a small piece of paper fluttered out. Written in shaky handwriting were two words, "Help me." My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. This wasn't vandalism, this was a message. Someone had deliberately hidden this note where housekeeping might not find it, but a guest would. I sat on the edge of the bed, trying to calm down and think rationally. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was from years ago. Maybe it was from a kid playing a joke. But combined with that scratched word in the trash can, I grabbed my phone and Googled Tráfico. The results confirmed what I was beginning to suspect. It was Spanish for trafficking. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. Human trafficking. Someone had left desperate messages in this room, possibly trying to alert future guests that something very wrong was happening in this hotel. I didn't want to believe it. It seemed too horrible, too movie-like to be real. But the emptiness of the hotel, the cash-only policy, the isolated location just off the highway but not quite visible from the main road, it all suddenly felt sinister rather than just outdated. I decided I needed to tell someone. Maybe I was overreacting, but what if I wasn't? What if someone really was in danger? I grabbed the key and headed back to the front desk, clutching the note in my sweaty palm. The same guy was there, still staring at his phone. He looked annoyed when I approached. "Excuse me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I found something concerning in my room." I held out the note. This was hidden under the hairdryer in my room. He barely glanced at it. Probably just some kid playing a prank. His lack of surprise or concern made my stomach tighten. "There's also something scratched into the trash can," I added. "The word traffico." For just a second, something flickered across his face. Not surprise, but recognition. Then his expression went blank again. "Like I said, people do stupid things. We can move you to another room if you want." "Are there any other guests here tonight?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "A few," he said vaguely. "In the other wing." I nodded, pretending to accept his explanation. "That's okay. I'll stay where I am. Sorry to bother you." I walked back to my room, heart hammering in my chest. Every instinct was screaming at me to get out of there. As soon as I got back to the room, I didn't even close the door all the way. I just grabbed my backpack and started shoving my things inside. A noise from the hallway made me freeze. Footsteps moving slowly, and voices, low male voices speaking too quietly for me to make out the words. They weren't coming from the direction of the lobby, but from around a corner I hadn't explored. I quietly closed the door and locked it, then put on my shoes and grabbed my car keys. I left the rest of my toiletries in the bathroom. They weren't worth the risk of staying a moment longer than necessary. Peering through the peephole, I saw the hallway was empty again. I opened the door as quietly as possible and slipped out, walking quickly but trying not to run. The exit sign at the end of the hall guided me toward a side door that led directly to the parking lot, bypassing the lobby entirely. The night air hit me like a blessing as I stepped outside. My car was right where I'd left it, and I practically ran to it, fumbling with the key fob. Once inside, I locked the doors immediately and started the engine. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The desk clerk was standing in the doorway of the hotel watching me leave. He wasn't on his phone anymore. He was just standing there, staring after me with those empty eyes. I drove for about an hour before I found a well-lit truck stop where I felt safe enough to park and try to sleep in my car. I barely closed my eyes that night. The next morning, after buying the strongest coffee available, I called the hotel from a payphone. A different person answered, a woman with a bored voice. I didn't give my name, just said I'd stayed the night before and had found some concerning things in my room that I wanted to report. "What room were you in?" she asked. 113. There was a pause. "We don't have anyone registered in that room last night." My blood ran cold. "I was there. I paid $20 cash to the guy at the front desk." "Our rooms are $69 a night minimum," she said, "and we don't take cash payments." I described the clerk to her, and she said no one fitting that description worked there. When I mentioned the note and the scratched word, she insisted there was nothing like that in their rooms and suggested I might have the wrong hotel. I hung up, shaking. Had I somehow imagined the whole thing? No, that was impossible. I still had the key in my pocket, a real key with Hôtel de Ville RM113 engraved on a brass tag. Later that day, at a rest stop with Wi-Fi, I did more research. Traffico definitely referred to human trafficking, and looking at hotel reviews online, I found nothing about the Hôtel de Ville being suspicious. It was just an ordinary budget hotel with average reviews. I debated calling the police but wasn't sure what to tell them. I had no proof beyond a strange encounter and a hotel key that proved nothing. And what if they were involved somehow? In small towns, you never know. It's been almost a year now, and I still think about that night. about whoever left those messages, desperate for help. Sometimes I wonder if I should have done more, said more, tried harder to help. But then I remember those footsteps in the hallway, the look in that clerk's eyes, and I know I might not have made it out if I had. I don't know what was happening at that hotel. I don't know who left those messages or what became of them. All I know is that I stumbled into something dark and dangerous that night, and somehow managed to get away. Not a day goes by that I don't think about it, and wonder who else might have ended up at the Hotel de Ville, paying $20 cash for a room that officially doesn't exist. Story 18. I never wanted to share this. For months I've been debating whether to post about what's been happening to me, but it's getting to the point where I need some kind of validation that I'm not losing my mind. I've always been a night owl. Working late shifts at the warehouse means I'm usually driving home around 3 or 4 in the morning. Phoenix is different at that hour, peaceful, empty. At least it used to be. It started about 2 months ago. I'd just finished a grueling 10-hour shift and was taking the long way home through one of those half-developed areas on the outskirts of town. You know, where they started building houses, but then the money ran out. There's like 20 finished homes, and then just empty lots with concrete foundations. I like driving through there because the streets are wide, newly paved, and at that hour completely deserted. I had my windows down, just enjoying the cool night air after a hot day, music playing softly, when something bolted across the road maybe 30 feet ahead of me. At first I thought it was a coyote. We get them all the time out here, but I immediately hit the brakes because whatever this was moved different. All wrong. My headlights caught it full on for maybe 2 seconds. It was black, completely black, except for its face, which was this stark, unnatural white. Not pale skin, but white like a mask or paint. Its body was, I don't even know how to describe it properly. Hunched and thin with arms and legs that seemed too long for its body. It moved on all fours, but not like an animal, more like a human who was pretending to be an animal, if that makes any sense. The thing that really got to me was how it stopped dead center in my headlights, turned its head to look directly at me, then bounded off into the darkness between houses. The movement was so fluid, so deliberate. I sat there for a good minute, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, trying to process what I'd just seen. I convinced myself it was just some tweaker in dark clothes. Phoenix has its share of meth heads who do crazy shit at night. I drove home going 10 miles over the speed limit and double-checked all my locks before going to bed. For the next week or so, I took a different route home. But after a while, when nothing else weird happened, I started to doubt what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a large dog or a homeless person. So eventually I went back to my usual route. I liked the empty streets, and it cut about 15 minutes off my drive. Big mistake. This time I brought my friend Marcos along. He just moved to Phoenix and was staying on my couch until he found a place, so he was up when I got off work. When I told him about the shortcut through the half-finished development, he was down to come for the ride. I didn't tell him about what I'd seen. I didn't want him thinking I was crazy. We were cruising through the same area, windows down, talking about nothing important, when Marcos suddenly went quiet mid-sentence. He was staring out the passenger window at something in a tree. "Julian, what the fuck is that?" he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. I slowed down and looked where he was pointing. There was a tree about 20 feet from the road, and perched in one of the lower branches was it. The same thing I'd seen before. Even in the dim streetlight, I could make out that stark white face contrasting against its dark body. It was crouched on a branch about 8 feet off the ground, perfectly still. As soon as my headlights hit it, the thing started moving. It didn't climb down the tree. It just dropped, landing on all fours without making a sound. Then it bounded across the empty lot toward the road. Holy shit, Marcos was saying over and over. He fumbled for his phone, but by the time he got the camera open, the thing was already crossing the road right in front of us. I slammed on the brakes. The creature stopped, spun around to face us. I swear to God, it moved like something in a glitched video game, too fast and jerky to be natural. And then it just stared at us. That face. It was expressionless, almost like a porcelain mask, but there were these deep-set eyes that reflected my headlights like an animal's. It held our gaze for maybe 3 seconds, then turned and disappeared between 2 houses on the other side of the street. The car was silent except for our breathing. Marcos looked at me, his eyes wide. "Tell me you saw that too." I nodded, my mouth dry. "I've seen it before." "What the hell was it? Some kind of animal?" "I don't think so." We drove home in silence, both of us scanning the darkness outside the windows. Marcos refused to come with me on that route ever again. For weeks afterward, he wouldn't even go outside after dark. Eventually, he found his own place, closer to the city center. A couple weeks later, I was working a closing shift that ran even later than usual. By the time I left, it was almost 5 in the morning. I decided to take the main roads home. No shortcuts through empty developments this time. I was about halfway home, stopped at a red light at a major intersection, when I glanced in my rearview mirror. There it was, standing in the middle of the empty road behind me, maybe 50 yards back. Just standing there, perfectly still, its white face clearly visible even at that distance. The light turned green, and I hit the gas. My heart was pounding as I checked the mirror again. The thing was running, no, bounding after my car, moving with impossible speed. It was covering ground way faster than any human could run, its limbs stretching and contracting in this fluid, unnatural way. I floored it. The speedometer hit 70, 80, 90. I ran 3 red lights before I finally slowed down enough to check my mirror again. Nothing was there. I made it home and sat in my driveway for 20 minutes, engine still running, constantly checking my mirrors before I worked up the courage to get out and sprint to my front door. I didn't sleep that night. How could it have found me on a completely different route? Was it following me? Had it been watching me this whole time? About a week after that, I was home on my night off when I got this weird feeling. It was around 4 in the morning, and I was up playing video games when suddenly the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I went to my window and pulled back the curtains slightly. I couldn't see anything unusual, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I called my roommate Tyler, who was sleeping in the next room. He answered, groggy and pissed off. "Dude, I need you to come outside with me," I said. "Bring a flashlight." "Are you fucking kidding me? It's the middle of the night." "Please, man, I think there's something outside our house." Maybe it was the desperation in my voice, but Tyler actually got up. He grabbed his phone and a baseball bat, and I took the big mag light from under the kitchen sink. Together we went out the front door and started scanning the neighborhood. It was one of those planned communities with identical houses and a little park in the center. As we walked toward the park, Tyler kept asking what we were looking for, but I couldn't bring myself to explain. I just told him we'd know it if we saw it. We reached the playground, and Tyler swept his phone's flashlight across the swing set. That's when my blood turned to ice. It was perched on top of the swing set crossbar, its unnaturally long limbs folded up like a spider, that white face turned directly toward us. Tyler's flashlight beam caught it full on, and he let out this strangled sound that wasn't quite a scream. The thing unfolded itself and dropped to the ground, 15 feet down, landing without a sound, then moved with that same fluid, impossible speed behind the bathroom building. What the fuck was that? Tyler was backing up, the bat clutched in his hands. Julian, what the actual fuck was that? I couldn't answer. I was frozen, staring at the spot where it had disappeared. Tyler grabbed my arm and started pulling me back toward the house. We ran the whole way, locked every door and window, and stayed up until sunrise, sitting back to back in the living room so we could watch all the entrances. Tyler moved out 3 days later, said he got a better job offer in Tucson, but I know the real reason. I don't blame him. The 5th time I saw it was when I decided I needed to confront this thing, whatever it was. I was driving home from work, taking yet another route, when I passed the spot where I'd first seen the creature. On impulse, I pulled over. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe that I needed to face this thing to make it stop. Maybe that I needed proof I wasn't going crazy. I parked on the shoulder and got out, taking my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness as I scanned the empty field beside the road. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, about 30 yards away, something rose up from the tall grass. It stood upright this time on 2 legs. It was tall, easily 6.5 feet, and it seemed even more wrong in this posture. Its arms hung down past its knees, and its legs had an extra joint like a dog's hind legs. And that face, that same white, expressionless face, was staring directly at me. We looked at each other for what felt like an eternity. Then it dropped to all fours and sprinted toward the fence that separated the field from the development. It moved so fast my flashlight could barely keep up. When it reached the chain-link fence, 6 feet high at least, it leaped over it in one fluid motion without even touching the metal. I ran back to my car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I pulled away, I caught a glimpse of it in my peripheral vision, standing between 2 houses, watching me leave. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't seen it since, but I feel it watching me. I've changed my routes, my schedule, even my apartment, but that feeling remains. Marcos won't talk about what we saw. He gets physically uncomfortable when I bring it up. Tyler hasn't returned my calls since he moved. I don't know what this thing is or why it's fixated on me. All I know is that every night when I'm driving home, I check my rearview mirror constantly, expecting to see that white face. And every night when I get home, I check all my windows and doors before I can even try to sleep. I'm posting this because I need to know if anyone else has seen it. This thing, whatever it is real. And I'm terrified that one night, when I look out my window, that white face is going to be looking back at me from the other side of the glass. Story 19. I still wake up sweating, thinking about it. Even now, almost 30 years later, I feel a chill when I look at those damn photos. They're my only proof that I'm not crazy, and yet they prove nothing at all. It was the summer of 1993. I was 32 and had been working as a forestry surveyor in the Yukon for about 7 years at that point. Loved my job, still do, though I'm retired now. There's something about being alone in the wilderness, mapping and documenting the land that gives me purpose. I'd been assigned to a remote section of Vuntut National Park for a 3-week assessment of tree health and wildlife habitat. Pretty routine stuff. The day it happened started like any other. I broke camp around 6 in the morning, had my coffee and oatmeal, packed my gear, and set out. Weather was perfect. Clear blue sky, about 65 degrees, slight breeze. I'd been hiking for maybe 4 hours, taking notes and photographs as I went. nothing unusual at all. Around 11, I reached a dense section of forest I needed to document. Old growth spruce mainly, with some pine mixed in. The canopy was thick enough that the forest floor was mostly moss and lichen, not much undergrowth. I was plotting my course through a particularly tight section when I noticed something odd through the trees ahead. At first, I thought it was just a clearing or maybe a meadow, but as I got closer, I realized the light wasn't right. It was too white. Not sunlight, which has that golden quality, but something else. It's hard to explain. I pushed through the last section of trees and stopped dead in my tracks. I'll never forget what I saw. It was a perfect circle, maybe 40 feet in diameter, cutting through the forest like someone had taken a giant cookie cutter to the landscape. But what made me freeze wasn't the shape, it was the color. Everything inside that circle was white. And I don't mean snow white or painted white. It was like everything had been bleached. The trees, there were 7 or 8 of them within the circle, stood perfectly intact but completely drained of color. Their bark, normally rich brown, was bone white. Their needles, still attached, were white as paper. The moss on the ground, the fallen branches, even the exposed soil, all of it was this uniform, lifeless white. In the center was a small depression, maybe 3 feet across and a foot deep, like a shallow crater. It was empty, just white soil, like everything else. I stood at the edge for several minutes trying to process what I was seeing. My first thought was some kind of chemical spill, but there was no access road anywhere near this location. We were at least 20 miles from the nearest logging road, and there were no signs of human activity, no footprints, no trash, no equipment. The next thing I noticed was the silence. I mean, absolute silence. No birds, no insects, nothing. If you've spent time in forests, you know they're never quiet. There's always something. Wind in the trees, birds calling, squirrels chattering. But here, nothing. It was like sound itself couldn't exist in that space. I took out my camera, an old Nikon I'd had for years, and started taking photos. I was meticulous about it. Close-ups of the white bark, wide shots of the entire circle, the depression in the center, the transition between normal forest and the white zone. I must have taken 30 or 40 photos. Something kept me from entering the circle. Call it instinct, call it fear. But I stayed at the edge. I used a fallen branch to reach in and touch one of the white trees. The wood felt wrong. Not wet, not dry. Just, I don't know how to describe it. Like touching something that shouldn't exist. It left my fingertips tingling. I jotted down the GPS coordinates and made detailed notes in my journal. I remember checking my watch, it was 12:15, and thinking I should eat lunch. But I had no appetite. Something about that place killed my hunger. After about 45 minutes of documentation, I decided I needed to report this. Whatever it wasn't natural. I packed up my gear and headed back the way I came, planning to reach the ranger station by nightfall. That's when things started to go wrong. I'd hiked maybe half a mile when the headache started. At first, it was just a dull throb at the base of my skull. I figured I was dehydrated and took a long drink from my canteen. But within another 15 minutes, the pain had become intense, pulsing through my entire head. By the 1-mile mark, I was nauseous. The forest seemed to be spinning around me, and I had to stop several times to avoid throwing up. My skin felt hot and tight, like I had a sudden fever. I remember checking my arms for tick bites or spider bites, anything that might explain what was happening, but there was nothing. About 2 hours into my hike back, things get fuzzy. I remember stumbling, my vision blurring. I started talking to myself. trying to stay focused. Just keep moving, one foot in front of the other. The ranger station isn't far. But it was far, at least 10 more miles, and I was deteriorating rapidly. The last clear memory I have is falling to my knees in a small stream I was crossing. The cold water shocked me back to awareness for a moment. I remember looking at my reflection. My eyes were bloodshot, my face pale and covered in sweat. I didn't recognize myself. After that, nothing, just fragments, walking, falling, getting up, trees spinning, the sky darkening, and thirst. God, I was so thirsty. Somehow, and to this day I have no idea how, I made it to the ranger station. The ranger, on duty, Mike Thornton, told me later that I crashed through the door around 9 that night, covered in dirt and blood from where I'd fallen repeatedly. I managed to say something about white trees before collapsing on the floor. I woke up 3 days later in a hospital in Whitehorse. They had me on IV fluids and antibiotics. A doctor with a grave expression told me I'd been suffering from a severe viral infection, possibly from an insect bite. My white blood cell count was through the roof. My liver enzymes were elevated, and I had a fever of 104 degrees when I was admitted. I tried to tell them about the white circle, but they just nodded and made notes. I could see it in their eyes. They thought I was delirious, hallucinating from the fever. No one believed me. When I was discharged a week later, I headed straight back to headquarters. I couldn't wait to develop the photos. They would prove what I'd seen was real. But when the film was processed, my heart sank. Every single photo of the white circle, every one, had developed as nothing but a blurry white static. Not overexposed, not damaged, but like something had deliberately obscured the images. The strange thing, all the other photos on the same roll, pictures of normal forest from earlier that day, came out perfectly fine. I showed the blurry white photos to my supervisor along with my journal notes and the GPS coordinates. He was sympathetic but skeptical. "James," he said, "you were very sick. The doctors said you had some kind of infection that could have started days before. Fevers can cause vivid hallucinations. But I wasn't sick until after I left that place," I insisted. "I was fine all morning. It started right after I documented the circle." He just shook his head. Without clear photos, he couldn't justify sending a team to investigate, especially to such a remote location. "Get some rest," he said. "When you're better, we'll talk again." But even after I recovered, nothing changed. No one believed me. They all thought I'd been sick in the forest, hallucinated the whole thing, and then, in my confused state, had somehow ruined that section of film. I went back 3 weeks later, when I was cleared for field work again. I was determined to find the circle, to prove I wasn't crazy. I had the coordinates, my notes, landmarks I'd recorded. But when I reached the location, nothing. Just normal forest. No white trees, no circle, no crater, nothing unusual at all. Over the next 5 years, I returned to that area 7 times, never found anything. Eventually, people at work started calling me Whitey behind my back, a nickname I hated but couldn't shake. The young surveyors thought I was just a paranoid old-timer with a weird obsession. I never stopped searching, though. For the rest of my career, I kept an eye out for anything unusual. I warned new surveyors to be careful, to report anything strange immediately. Most just humored me. A few took it seriously, but none ever found anything like what I saw. Now I'm 71, retired for almost 10 years. I still have those blurry white photographs in a folder on my desk. Sometimes I take them out and stare at them, trying to see something, anything that would validate what I know I experienced. What was it? I've spent decades wondering. Some kind of secret military test? An environmental anomaly? Something not from here? I don't know. All I know is what I saw, what I felt, that perfect circle of white in the forest, the sickness that followed, and the photos that show nothing but prove everything. Whatever it was, it didn't want to be documented. It didn't want to be found again. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I think maybe it's still out there, hiding in the vastness of the Yukon wilderness, waiting